Distinguished guests, honorable delegates, and committee president, dear participants of the Model European Parliament. Do one thing every day that scares you. This quote by Eleanor Roosevelt shows, in my opinion, perfectly what the Model European Parliament is all about. To get outside of your own comfort zone and continuously challenge yourself in order to not only hone your skills, but to grow as an individual. At the start of this session, many of you wouldn't have dreamed of accomplishing the things you've accomplished in those 2 days. About 3 years back, I stood in your shoes. I remember at my first MEP session, I was intimidated by the presidents, by the CPs, and even by some of the other delegates. But at the end of those 3 days, my confidence had skyrocketed. I gained many valuable experiences, and most importantly, I knew what I could accomplish if I just worked hard. All of you have worked tirelessly to craft sophisticated resolutions. Some of you have already held captivating speeches, and all of you took part in heated debates, and most importantly, you gained invaluable experiences. Now it's important to not simply rest on your laurels, but to continue to work hard during the remaining GA. Remember, you're the future of Europe. In times of crisis like this, it's more important than ever before to continue to bring your A game. Europe has in the past been able to calm even more devastating crises and seemingly impossible obstacles, but has always come out stronger as a result of it as individual countries and as a union. This is the time to make your voice heard. You're the embodiment of the European spirit. I'm confident that many of you will be the future, the leaders of the future. So for this last remaining hours, dig deep and give it your all. Thank you.
Honorable Presidency, I hate to interrupt, but the DV member for Sweden has some technical difficulties and can't quite come, I think.
Okay, we noted that
Is he in
out.
the waiting room or has he other technical difficulties? Well, if you're in contact with him,
I'm gonna ask him.
Yes, please tell him to write President Philipp Markopulos, so maybe he can fix that. Moving on. Now, my fellow president, Lucian Vinicius, will hold his motivational speech. You have the floor, Lucian.
Thank you for the floor. Well then, fellow presidency, excellencies, distinguished guests, members of the Model European Parliament, ladies and gentlemen. When you wish to show your gratitude for being somewhere, you usually try to do your best with what you're tasked with, even if that doesn't always work out the way you thought it up. For me, iMEP is that one program that takes different people and makes them work together, truly cooperating despite your attitudes, tolerating opinions, being dominant in discussions or not. It takes the best out of those and creates a solid ground of shared interests. If anything, iMEP teaches you one important lesson at least. Value your time. Whether debate and intercultural communication are on your agenda or not, bettering yourself is always an option. Each and every step you take in life is an opportunity for growth, as is taking each iMEP moment and bringing out the best of yourself for it. The more you work for yourself in iMEP, the more you help your colleagues and thus build your constructive manner. Do not be half-hearted. I'm not sure I can do this, they do it better than me. Cast that away, exit your comfort zone, and you may realize that no matter how proficient the others are, you're unique and you always bring something new to the table. Let yourself be heard, have fun, and most importantly, build confidence. Note down things that can be improved, raise your hand and take your questions forward. Work yourself up and start building trust in yourself. The more quality of life you can attain from this, the more you can improve, and there is always room for improvement. I wish you all the best GA session the online domain could ever see, fruitful debates and growth in everyone. take a step forward for your generation and show us what you can do by letting yourself be heard. I will now honor Martin Zagorov with the honor of the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Distinguished guests, honorable delegates and committee presidents, dear participants of the 53rd International Session of the Model European Parliament. I'm very pleased and honored to be speaking to you. Today, in this second digital session of the MEP, we show the world that despite these difficult times, we're able to stay strong and united. The current situation has made us reconsider what really matters in life, and it has also made us appreciate things we have been taken for granted. Living peacefully without so many restrictions, socializing and traveling all have become distant and desired. However, overcoming the various difficulties and solving emerging problems have strengthened our spirits and thus made us stronger. Every single one of the participants in this session is a clear representation of how with enthusiasm and dedication, everything is possible. And as long as there are such smart and motivated young people, the European Union will be flourishing and its future will be safe. Thank you for your attention and have an amazing rest of this session.
I now have the honor of introducing Nadia Schmidt, the Executive Director of ICAN Austria, which is an organization which aims to support and foster international peace and security through strengthening global multilateral disarmament and non-proliferation regimes, and especially to promote nuclear disarmament. In 2017, they received the Nobel Peace Prize for their actions. You may have the floor.
Thank you for the floor. Distinguished presidents, honorable delegates, I thank the organizers and you all very much for having invited ICAN to give today's keynote speech on the issue of a nuclear weapons-free world. My name is Nadia Schmidt and I'm the director of ICAN Austria. This is the International Campaign to Abolish Nuclear Weapons. And we are a campaign coalition of 607 different organizations in 106 countries in the world. And since 2007, ICAN has advocated for a ban on nuclear weapons. Because until this point, nuclear weapons were the only weapons of mass destruction not yet subject to a prohibition. Over the past decades, the international community has already outlawed certain weapons that cause unnecessary suffering, like chemical and biological weapons, but also landmines and cluster munitions. These weapons were banned because their consequences were considered ethically inhuman. And that was the reason why we wanted a ban on nuclear weapons, based on the fact of the catastrophic humanitarian, environmental, societal, etc. consequences of nuclear weapons. And to achieve this goal, we worked closely together in a partnership between civil society, like-minded progressive states like Austria, Ireland, Mexico, South Africa, to name a few, as well as together with international organizations like the United Nations and the International Committee of Red Cross. And in 2017, we made history. Following a couple of weeks intensive negotiations at the United Nations headquarters in New York, 122 countries voted to adopt the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons. And this was a historic turning point for humanity. The vast majority of these 122 countries were countries of the global south. Not a lot of European Union member states took part in the negotiations. And it was quite new that a once silent majority of world states took the matters in their hands, and that civil society was given a major role in as well. And we all together negotiated and adopted this United Nations Treaty. And with that, democracy had finally entered the sphere of nuclear weapons. Because the catastrophic consequences would affect all people on the world, and therefore also every country in the world should have a say in that matter, not being blocked by certain countries that possess nuclear weapons and that are not willing to disarm. And for this achievement, ICANN was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize in 2017. And since then, we're working closely with partners around the world to bring countries on board with the treaty. We're holding regional conferences, national workshops, and meeting with officials and parliamentarians, like I'm doing right now. And there are not yet many European Union states that have signed and ratified this treaty. But nevertheless, on January 22nd of 2021, the treaty has entered into force because we have reached the necessary number of ratifications. This landmark treaty is now a permanent and enforceable part of international law. And for the first time, nuclear weapons are subject to a comprehensive, globally applicable ban, and a legal framework now exists for eliminating nuclear weapon programs and assisting victims of nuclear weapons use and testing. By today, the treaty has 86 signatories and 54 states parties, and more than 1.08 billion people in the world are now subject to this treaty, and many more are supporting it. On the other hand, we currently have 13,400 nuclear weapons in the world. Thousands of them are currently on high trigger alert, which means they can be used in any minute time. A lot of them are stationed in the European Union. 9 states, of which 2 are European, and of which 1 is member of the European Union, possess nuclear weapons. And we also have a high number of European states that are engaging in the assistance and the encouragement of continued possession of nuclear weapons. Furthermore, we currently have the situation that all nuclear weapon states are investing in a modernization of their nuclear arsenals. Just last week, the UK announced to increase the cap on its nuclear arsenals from 180 to 260 nuclear warheads. Also, France is investing in modernizing its arsenal. And this is a breach of existing international law, because all nuclear weapon states and all European states are also state parties to the NPT, the Non-Proliferation Treaty, which lays down in its Article 6 that nuclear weapon states must pursue disarmament. And a modernization of nuclear arsenals and an increase in a cap of stockpiles is not disarmament, in our opinion. And this is a worrisome development which currently leads into a new arms race. Therefore, the European Union and the European Parliament have a very important role to play in securing a world free of nuclear weapons, convincing its member states that the importance of the ban treaty and the future security of its member states on human security aspects. Thank you for your attention.
We are very thankful for raising the awareness and giving us a status quo on a matter which affects all of us. Thank you very much. And now we'll proceed with the next committee and officially begin the second General Assembly Day. I would now like to invite on the spotlight the Committee on Economic and Monetary Affairs. Philipp, please.
Could the delegates of the committee please raise their virtual hand on Zoom so that they can be spotlighted for everyone?
All right. Who from the committee may I ask to deliver the reading speech? Finland, you've been recognized.
Thank you for the floor. Thank you for the digital floor, Mr. President. I present to you the resolution of the Econ Committee. 1. Calls for greater investment in youth integration programs, stressing the importance of women's and young girls' education. 2. Supports the creation of an initiative to promote the use of distance learning in an effort to A1. Provide safe education during COVID. 2. Provide the essential skills needed in a digital economy. 3. Create a framework which encourages European businesses to work with and set up operations with their African partners, thereby supporting them financially while also being able to build new and productive factories with cheap labor in Africa. 4. Supports the FCFTA trade agreement to promote trade in Africa, which will drive up competition, wealth, prosperity, and enlarge flow of goods and services. 5. Recommends to negotiate with our African partners and to support them in creating special digital economic zones with tax benefits and excellent infrastructure. 6. Draws the attention towards promoting infrastructure projects in Africa to improve transportation of goods. 7. Requests investment in digital infrastructure, and thereby 1. Creating jobs, 2. Helping in regional integration. 8. Recommends working with NGOs to put in place sustainable practical solutions, such as, but not limited to, water management and regenerative agriculture to combat infrastructural challenges. 9. Recommends European companies to work on government-funded projects, partnering with their African counterparts, especially but not only in potential large-scale partnerships in the field of energy, such as but not limited to the Grand Inga Dam project. 10. Encourages the EU to work with China on their Digital Silk Road initiative and thereby 1. Increase the percentage of Africans connected to the internet. 2. Be able to influence aspects of the DSR. 11. Recommends enhancing the collaboration between African and European countries to clarify the issue of digital surveillance. 12. Urges the EU to declare that it will support any EU effort to improve political stability in Africa, such as APSI. 1. Using at least 40% of the funds in African countries north of the equator. 2. Full transparency regarding their use. 3. Prioritizing urgent matters, such as but not limited to 4. The conflict in the Sahel zone. 5. The conflicts in Libya. 13. initiates an agreement between the African Union and the EU, which tackles the concept of 1, circular migration, 2, work experience exchange programs. 14, requests a joint project in which the EU shares expertise with local communities. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Finland. Who from the committee may I ask to deliver the opening speech? Belgium, you've been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. Honourable Presidency, Committee President, fellow delegates and other established guests, ladies and gentlemen, and those who identify otherwise. For this resolution, we went back to where it all began for the European Union, the establishment of the ECC, in other words, economics. Africa is growing in a way the world has never seen before, not only as a populous continent, but also as an emerging economic world power. It is in fact home to 6 of the 12 fastest growing economies in the world. It's in the best interest of the European Union to work together with our southern neighbor to create a fruitful economic relationship which benefits both parties. However, to ameliorate and aid the African economy further, investments are needed. We, as the Econ Committee, have discussed, examined, and after careful consideration, determined the vital sectors needed to provide this economic growth. Hence, the committee chose to focus on education, employment, digitalization, and political stability. These sectors have proven to have both a great influence on the economy while supporting the European values of promoting peace, breaking down trade barriers, encouraging technological developments, and so on. This resolution reflects both the goals of the European Union and the goals of our honorary partner, the African Union. Lastly, the Econ Committee wants to remind you that an economic partnership with Africa will benefit the economies of all members of our great union. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much as well, Belgium. We will now be moving on to the factual questions. Please be reminded that only definitional and explanatory questions must be put in this phase. Who from the GA may I ask to deliver a factual question? Latvia, you've been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. I would like some clarification on the term DSR in clause 10.2.
Who from the committee may respond? Cyprus.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. DSR is the abbreviation for Digital Silk Road, which is mentioned just above. So we've used the full term first and then just the abbreviation.
Thank you, Cyprus. Any other questions regarding any other OC? Poland.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. I have a question regarding OC4. What does AFCFTA mean?
Who from the committee may respond? Bulgaria, you've been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. AFCFTA stands for African Continent Free Trade Agreement.
Delegate, has that answered your question?
Yes, thank you.
All right, moving on. Sweden.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. I wonder if the committee could give an example of an youth integration program which is mentioned in OC1.
Who from the committee? Hungary.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. There had been examples of youth integration programs in, for example, Kenya, Nairobi, where certain organizations assisted street youth to get integrated into society.
Thank you, Hungary. Denmark, you've been recognized.
Sorry, can I?
Thank you for the floor. Mr. President, I would like to ask on OC10, what is meant by China on the Digital Silk Road Initiative? What is that? Thank you.
Who from the committee may respond to this question? Serbia.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. Well, Digital Silk Road is a Chinese initiative in which they implement digitalization in the Africa, but not only Africa, also in other Asia states. So that's all. Thank you.
All right, moving on with other questions from the GA.
Mr. President, I'm terribly sorry to interrupt, but it seems that the member from the Danish delegation is still in the waiting room. Sorry, Mr. President.
Philipp, could you help them with that?
There is no member of the Danish delegation in the waiting room. As soon as he joins, I will let him in, of course.
All right, we'll be moving on while he's fixing the technical issues that have occurred. Well then, moving on with the questions. Lithuania.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. I have a question regarding OC7. What is meant by digital infrastructure?
Who from the committee may answer this question? Austria.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. Digital infrastructure is, what's meant with that is basically everything that takes place on the World Wide Web, or in general, the growing economy of digitalization. So, yeah.
Thank you for the answer. Any other questions from the GA? Germany.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. I would like to know concerning OC1, if these programs are supposed to be carried out in Africa or in Europe or the EU.
Who from the committee may respond? Hungary.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. They are supposed to be carried out in Africa.
Thank you for the clarification. Slovakia.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. The delegate would like to ask about OC number 7. What is meant by investment in digital infrastructure, and whether this investment is meant to be only in Africa or also in Europe?
Who from the committee? Cyprus, you've been recognized.
Well, for Mr. President, so firstly, as our topic concerns Africa, we are talking about investments in Africa, and digital infrastructure means on the one side projects in software, but on the other side as well raising the necessary infrastructure for good Wi-Fi connection and broadband internet access throughout Africa.
Thank you for the clarification. All right, we'll take one more factual question. Spain, you've been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. Regarding OC9, I was wondering what is the Grand Inca Dam project. Thank you.
Who from the committee may respond? Finland.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. The Grand Inga Dam project refers to a big energy project carried out in Africa. Thank you.
All right, thank you. This concludes the factual phase. We'll now be moving on to the amendment phase. There has been one accepted amendment, which I'll be sharing on the screen in a few seconds. The amendment comes from the cult delegate of the Serbian delegation concerning clause number 3. And the proposal is to substitute the clause by a new clause which reads as follows: create a framework which encourages European business to work and to set up operations with their African partners, thereby supporting them financially while also being able to build new and productive factories and create new job opportunities. Serbian delegate, please raise your hand. All right, you may have the floor. Please deliver your speech.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. First of all, I would like to begin by saying I really appreciate the hard work the Econ Committee has put in coming forward with this resolution. I believe this is a solid resolution which has some amazing points. This one being one of them, but having a problem in formulation. So as we can see in the way they formulated it, so in the last part of the sentence, there is this certain term which I believe creates a problem. Basically saying we need to build new and productive factories with cheap labor in Africa destroys the whole idea of the partnership between Europe and Africa, because this would basically be using Africa and taking advantage of them. And no partnership is based on one nation taking advantage, not nation in this case, but one organization such as the European Union taking advantage of an entire continent such as Africa is, because they are underdeveloped or maybe not educated. I think the main goal of Europe should be to educate the African people in order for them to become a better partner in the following years. So I think a rephrasal where we would replace new factories with cheap labor in Africa and say create new job opportunities would be much, much better because we need to also build trust from the African people. They need to trust that Europe is there to be their actual partner and not to just take advantage of cheap labor there. So while I believe, as I mentioned before, the resolution is pretty solid and should probably be voted for in the GA, I think it's very important to change this concrete term of cheap labor in order for this resolution to also respect rights such as human dignity, because calling someone cheap labor, there's not much dignity in that. So I believe this is very important to be voted for, and I think that most of the delegates understand why it is so. So thank you for the floor, your presidency, and I may yield the floor back to you.
Thank you, Serbia, for the speech. Who from the GA or from the committee have questions regarding the amendment? Belgium from the GA, you're being recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. I would like to ask the honorable delegate of Serbia whether he is aware that cheap labor always is the first step towards industrialization, excuse me, and it has been done in China, it has been done in Indonesia, and these are all the first steps towards industrialization. So my question reads as follows. Is it that bad that we at first would have cheap labor as a way to kickstart the economy? Thank you for the floor, Mr. President.
Has the question been clear, Serbia?
Yes, Your Presidency.
You may
I
have the
answer?
floor.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. While I understand the point of the honorable delegate from Belgium, I believe that the resolution and this concrete OC in this phrase makes basically a problem for the years to come. Because in order to kickstart the economy, yes, at first you need to have cheap labor, but this is a resolution that needs to stay in place for longer than that. And our goal as Europe, in order to create a partnership with Africa, shouldn't be to have them there as cheap labor, but to actually think about the future and not think about further in the future. So our goal should be to create basically job opportunities and to create a good partnership. And now I don't think it needs to be included in the resolution that maybe in the beginning it's going to be cheaper labor and later, I mean, obviously it's going to be cheaper labor because while economy is not at a high level, obviously the salaries are going to be lower, but that shouldn't be our main goal. And I believe this OC and this whole resolution would be much better off if we presented some goals which are higher. And in that way, it can be much more progressive and we can extend this partnership and this resolution can last for longer than in this case. So yeah, I hope that answers your question. I yield the floor back to the presidency. Thank you.
All right. Any other questions from the GA or from the committee regarding the amendment? If not, then we will proceed with the speech in favor or against the amendment. Who from the committee may ask to deliver it? Austria, you've been recognized. Please deliver your speech.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. Honorable Presidency, fellow delegates, ladies and gentlemen. We've just heard Serbia's proposed amendment concerning Clause 3, and the committee would like to say we accept said change. We are now well aware of the negative connotations the term cheap labor brings with it, as historically as well as presently. And thus, we think the term new job opportunities is good. However, we were more in favor of adding something like low skilled or just so that, yeah, well, our intended point was never to demean anyone, never anything like that. We wanted equal opportunities for African men and women to work in an EU surveyed or supervised business where human rights standards are upheld. So we think with the new change that still targets our meaning, and thus we'd accept it. And we ask you to vote in favor. Thank you.
All right, thank you. We'll now proceed with the voting procedure. You'll see the poll in the front of your screens in a couple of moments. All right, with 92% of the votes in favor, the amendment has passed. And now the changed substitution will be considered for the OC. You will see the resolution on your screens in a couple of seconds. All right, I hope everybody modified the new meaning on the resolution. Now it states and productive factories with new opportunities for work. So we will now open the floor for general questions regarding the resolution. Are there any questions from the GA regarding the resolution? Italy.
Thank you for the floor.
Oh.
Please remember to have only one hand raised per delegation. Italy from the INTA committee, you've been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Ms. President. I want to move the attention of the GA on the OG number 13. There are already two programs about this issue, which are the MIDA program, whose goals are the transfer of knowledge, know-how, expertise, and financial and other resources to Africa. And it offers more options than simplified definitive return, for example, temporary returns, short consultancies, and virtual return, using existing technology for providing support to universities, schools, and private companies. Another one is TOC 10, Transfer of Knowledge through Expatriate Nations program, implemented by the United Nations Development Program. And the TOC 10 consultants are expatriates from developing countries who volunteer to return to their country of origin and share their acquired knowledge. In conclusion, this OC seems to be useless because there are already many programs about this issue, which have been also financed in
Delegate.
2020 by EU.
Please phrase your question as a question, not as an amendment.
Yeah.
Please address the presidency correctly next time.
Okay.
So you may have one last chance to rephrase your speech as a question.
Yeah, I would like to ask the committee, considering the existence of these programs, why have you introduced
Do not
this?
forget to address to the presidency.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. I would like to ask the committee, considering the existence of these programs, why have you introduced this OC?
Who from the committee may respond? Cyprus, you've been recognized.
Our efforts, or what we want to achieve by making this true part of the European Union, is to kind of legitimize it even more and to make it more official, to make it less seem. Our thought is that if this is not just an organization funded by the EU, but rather the EU itself who promotes it, the program will be more effective.
Thank you for your answer, Cyprus. Italy, you may not have a follow-up. Any other questions from the GA regarding strictly OC number 13? Sweden, or okay. Spain, you've been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. Regarding the first point in the OC 13, they could actually migrate for reasons other than for leisure, such as instability. So that will mean that something is not working correctly. And even if it was, imagine that someone who has lived abroad and is obliged to return to a country that may no longer feel like their own, will you still make him return? Thank you very much.
Who from the committee may respond? France from the committee.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. The goal is not to force people to return to their country, but it's an agreement so the people will be willing to return to their country. I hope it answers your question.
Spain, has the answer satisfied you?
Yes, thank you.
All right, any other questions from the GA regarding OC number 13? Belgium.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. The Belgian delegate wonders how the Commission would stop the staying after graduating at a university within the EU of the African students, as this has already been shown that, for example, the immigration from Hungary to, for example, Germany or Belgium has been very great thanks to the fact that we have better universities and that we have a better economy. So how does the committee see to stop that? Thank you very much.
Who from the committee may answer? Denmark.
The EU can make a contract with the Africans who want to study in the EU, and to ensure that when they have finished their study, they will have to go back to the African country and work there.
Belgium, has the answer sufficed?
Yes, that was a very sufficient answer. Thank you for the floor.
All right, we'll be now moving on to another OC. Who from the GA may have any other question regarding another OC? Austria, you've been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. The Austrian delegate of the ENVI committee might ask a question. For example, in a few OCs is stated where the money or the where it's actually been invested to, whereas in OC 6 or 7, it doesn't state 5 or 6, excuse me, it isn't stated especially. So I'd like you to ask, in a continent where corruption is taking over and it's really unsure to make such unspecific investments, how do you think you will ensure that this money is actually not falling to waste due to corruptional patterns in Africa?
Who from the committee may respond? Serbia.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. Well, we are very aware of the corruption situation in Africa, but we've also mentioned in our later OCs that this is also sort of our priority. So in combination with this implemented strategy for better political stability and less corruption, this OC number 7 and those not really direct investments in digital infrastructure will, in my opinion, work. Thank you for the floor, and I hope your question is answered.
All right. Any other question regarding OC number 6 or number 7? Ireland.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. OC6 has the nearly same, OC7 rather, and OC6 is the contrary. OC7 has the same problem as OC number 1 and 2, that there isn't mentioned that these projects have to be in Africa, because that's quite important. That it is not anywhere in the world that you want to support this continent rather. And in OC6, for example, it is written in Africa. So why haven't you done that in OC7, 1 and 2 too? Because that's quite confusing. Thank you.
Who from the committee may respond? Finland.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. We thought that it was obvious because Our question is to develop strategies to improve the economy of Africa in Africa. And that's why we haven't mentioned it. Thank you.
Thank you, Finland. Any other questions regarding OC6 or OC7? Bulgaria.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. I would like to ask for further explanation on OC number 6. These promoting infrastructure projects, do they already exist? And do you have something particular in mind to corroborate with? Thank you so much.
Who from the committee may answer? Serbia.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. Well, in our opinion, it also promotes the new infrastructure projects that will be built, and also the existing ones, such as Trans-African highways, which needed to link the north and the south of Africa, as well as the east and west. These projects are already talked about, and many of them actually started building, and yeah. That's all I can say. Thank you.
All right, thank you. We will now be moving on to other OCs other than 6 or 7. Who from the GA may have a question? The Netherlands.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. I was wondering in regards to OC14, what kind of expertise the committee had in mind. Thank you.
Who from the committee may respond? I encourage the whole committee to be active. Denmark.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. We would like to enhance the cooperation between the EU and Africa so that local communities in Africa, they can profit from the shared collaboration with the EU. Administration can be enforced in Africa.
Has the answer been sufficient, the Netherlands?
Yes, it has, Mr. President. Thank you.
All right. Any other questions regarding OC number 14? Ireland.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. I would like to ask the committee how the shared expertise is exactly going to work. Do we have to imagine like a committee that goes to every local community and shares the expertise, or what has the committee in mind?
Who from the committee may answer? Cyprus, you've been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. So we're talking about something that is, I believe, something that's rather frequently used where countries provide consultation to other countries. And like I believe Denmark has explained earlier, we're not talking about company secrets or technological know-how that is to be transferred. It's just general advice that we want to provide to those African nations.
Thank you, Cyprus. We'll now be moving on to a different OC who from the GA might deliver a question. Luxembourg.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. Regarding Operative Clause 10, how does the committee wish to increase the percentage of Africans connected to the internet when basic infrastructure is lacking in the majority of rural areas? Thank you.
Who from the committee might give us an answer? Belgium.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. As mentioned in previous OCs, we are planning on investing in digitalization, meaning that the increased percentage of Africans connected to the internet will happen because we are investing, and working together with China on the digital Silk Road, we are able to do this much quicker since we are both trying to get them as fast as possible digitalized. So I hope this answers your question.
Has that answered your question, Delegate?
It has. Thank you for the floor, Mr. President.
All right, any other questions regarding OC number 10? Poland.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. I have a question regarding the national security and if China is a threat to the national security of Europe, and whether or not how to increase the influence of the EU on China and in the Silk Road project. Thank you very much.
Who from the committee may respond? Austria from the committee.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. As stated in subclause 2, it would allow the EU more influence over the currently unrivaled domination of China. So it would be used to also overview and survey.
All right, thank you. Any other questions regarding OC number 10? Germany, from Envy.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. I would like to know, even if China lets us join their Digital Silk Road initiative, how would we make sure that China won't use this initiative to make recipient countries adopt its model of technology-enabled authoritarianism? Because if that's the case, the EU wouldn't want anything to do with this initiative.
Who from the committee may respond? Denmark.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. In our committee, we believe that if we collaborate with authoritarian countries in Africa and China, we will be able to push China and these countries in Africa towards a country which has value as democracy, human rights, and with respect to privacy. So we want to encourage collaboration so that we can have an impact on how these countries will form their governance.
Thank you for the answer. Any other, and the last question regarding OC number 10. Slovakia.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. How exactly does the committee reconcile the different goals of China and EU in the Digital Silk Road initiative, since China's goal is obviously to have an imperial influence while EU wants to help those countries? How does the committee reconcile it, and isn't it better to just create its own project that would have a noble goal instead of being thinking that they might influence a completely opposite goal?
Who from the committee may respond? Hungary, you've been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. We think in the committee that we could work together with China in certain areas of the Digital Silk Road initiative and not all. So in another OC, we focus on the clarification on the issue of we intend to work together on topics that revolve more around the infrastructural developments.
Thank you, Hungary. We'll now be moving on to another OC. Malta, you've been recognized.
Thank you for the floor.
Again, please have only one raised hand per delegation. The Maltese delegate from the INTA committee, please.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. My apologies. I would like to ask a question regarding OC number 4. I would like to question the committee about how it intends to actually support the AFCFTA trade agreement, since it's a Pan-African agreement and doesn't involve the EU. It is merely an agreement between many of the African countries. So how exactly would the EU support an African agreement? Thank you.
Who from the committee might enlighten us? Cyprus, you've been recognized.
For Mr. President. Now, firstly, it is very much the philosophy and kind of the basis of the EU to think or know that free trade increases the potential of the economy and ensures economic growth. And as has been explained in the opening speeches and at other points, the economic growth in Africa is one of our goals, as it also benefits the European Union. And there is, in fact, not that much support needed, as most countries are ready to adopt the AFCFTA already, and we will only support them practically on the finish line to make sure that this agreement gets passed and made a reality without any more hurdles.
All right, has that answer been sufficient, Malta?
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. I believe so. However, I have just one last remark. So just to clarify. Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. I would just like to clarify. So you're saying that the EU shall support the AFCFTA trade agreement by essentially making sure that these African partners in trade, which consists of the majority of African countries, continue to operate within the bounds of free trade. Am I correct in this statement?
Delegate of the committee, you may respond.
Do you mean me? So
yes.
Thank you for Mr. President. Yes, that's basically what we're talking about.
All right, the last question regarding this OC. France.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. So I was wondering, how is creating competition good for the EU, still regarding OC4?
Bulgaria, you've been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. Competition is very good for every single economy in the world because it is a main factor of innovation and therefore actual growth. And we believe that by making the countries more competitive markets, the growth will be in favor with the relations between the African Union and the EU by actually benefiting both parties here.
France, do you need a follow-up?
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. No, it's okay.
All right, we'll be moving on to another OC. Latvia.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. So I'd like to pay attention to OC2, and it's mention of the distance learning program, right? And I also, this is semi-related to OC10 we were talking about before. My question to the committee is this: does the committee understand that Africa is not a single entity, that many different nations exist with completely different needs? One of the most important ones right now being the improvement of their secondary and tertiary sector. I understand the goals of trying to improve perhaps digital communication or sources such, but Africa is in deep, dire need of improving other industries that will help support itself in the long run. is the committee aware of this? Yes or no? Thank you for the floor, Mr. President.
Who from the committee may answer? Serbia, you've been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. Well, as we live in the 21st century, we believe that digital economy is the fastest branch of economy, the branch that is growing the fastest. And yes, we've covered other branches of economy, such as infrastructure, which is necessary to boost the economy. Also, our goal is to boost it in any way. But with digital economy, I think it will be the best and the fastest solution, as it is the most modern and the fastest growing, as I mentioned before. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other question? And the last question, actually no, we'll be now moving on to another OC. All right. Sweden.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President.
For the last time, if I see two hands raised from the same delegation 1 second after another, again, you will not have the floor. So, Sweden from AFET, please.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. My question regards OC number 5. I'm wondering whether you want to initiate a digital economic zone in a geographical location, and if so, are we talking about this being accessible to a large part of the population, or only the privileged few living in urbanized areas? Thank you.
Who from the committee may respond? Austria. Yeah.
Okay, thank you for the floor, Mr. President. Well, our resolution aims at equaling the gap, so it would be targeted at all members of society, and not just a certain percentage.
Has that answered your question, Sweden?
No, not necessarily.
You may have a follow-up.
So will this, thank you for the floor, Mr. President. So will this be accessible to people living in very rural areas as well? Thank you.
Who from the committee may answer? Austria.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. Well, the problem with rural areas is you have to make the first steps first, and our resolution tackles as a whole this issue. So you can't take the final steps if you haven't taken the first yet. And in that case, we'd have to work towards first bettering the digital infrastructure, as we have talked about, and then we can implement these special digital economic zones also in rural areas. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now be moving on to the last OC discussed in the GA. So who has any questions regarding an OC? Hungary.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. I would like to ask the committee why they secluded the corona pandemic as the sole purpose to provide safe education during those times, even though in Africa there are much more pressing issues such as Ebola and other illnesses. Thank you.
From the committee may respond. Belgium.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. I think it speaks for itself that we, of course, with provide safe education also mean with other possible diseases or other conflicts. But right now we are stressing COVID because COVID is going on right now. It's a global issue. Everyone knows about it. And that's why we stress on COVID, but of course it includes other diseases as well.
Thank you. We'll accept one more question regarding this OC. It will be as well the last question of the GA open debate. So any other questions regarding OC number 2? Remember that I only need one hand raised per committee, per delegation, sorry. Ireland.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. My question is kind of a follow-up question. I would like to know, why do you only promote it when the resources Africa is lacking most are financial resources? Thank you for the floor.
Who from the committee may respond? Serbia, you may answer.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. Well, we can only promote as EU and committee because education is a government related and it's not in our jurisdiction. Thank you.
All right, this concludes the open debate. Who from the GA may I ask to deliver a speech against the current resolution? Romania.
Thank you for the word, Mr. President. Dear Presidency, Excellencies, Member of the Model European Parliament, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to start by congratulating the Committee on Economic and Monetary Affairs for the work they put in this resolution, but I think they didn't find a proper solution for their issue. Their first operative clause is an obvious call for gender inequality, addresses the problem in a completely non-formal manner, and casts the general education objective away. Regarding OC2, the main idea of the issue is to bring up a partnership between EU and Africa. Talking about the subclause 1, what is the idea of it? Yes, we need to improve the digital educational system, but that doesn't correlate with the idea of a trade with Africa. Also, talking about this subclause, how can you create a better and improved partnership between EU and Africa via online learning? Also, distance learning is an alternative for not a replacement. It's been all proven and we all felt it upon ourselves. Online learning is not as proficient as physical learning and is not about adapting to it or not. The TRIV or real experience is high, promoting a degrading style of education isn't helping, especially not if we ask Africa to have internet for distance learning. That is really not the first thing we want them to experience when we think about it. OC3 supports businesses to work with African enterprises. Let's remind ourselves that the highest percent of African workforce is underage and there is no guarantee of reliability on destroying the complex ecosystem for factories where people work in. OC4 suggests building up the competition when the main issue here is foreign influence and labor abuse. This looks like an economical warfare, not as we actually want to help anybody accepting our wallets. OC5 supports creating digital economic zones in Africa, but the physical ones are full of labor abuse and unreliability. How can we force the digitalization on a system that's already corrupt and easily influenceable? Talking about subclauses 4 and 5 on OC12 for the simple fact that both Sahel and Libya are unstable states that do not pose any benefits to the EU. Libya has been going through a humanitarian crisis and political military instability, beginning with the Arab Spring protest of 2011, which led to an ongoing civil war and foreign military intervention. While Sahel is dealing with armed conflicts and various environmental issues, the situation increasingly turning into a complex humanitarian crisis as well. Talking about OC13, the programs and everything that you promote in this clause exist already and are poorly developed. Also, you are forcing people to come back to the country as of agreement to let them leave the continent and make their studies abroad, but when they are finishing, they have to come back. Don't you think that is reinstalling imperialism?
Delegate, please try to conclude your speech.
Oh, okay. In the end, I would like to say that the resolution that the committee created, it's not a prosper one for the issue. And I hope that all of you will vote against it because it didn't tackle the issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Who from the committee may I ask to deliver the closing speech? Cyprus, you've been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. Honorable Presidency, committee members, fellow delegates, and other established guests. A Marshall Plan for Africa. Over the last days, I've heard a wide range of different opinions on this matter. As a matter of fact, many people actually were concerned about how much we want to do for Africa in this resolution. They were afraid that our very own Europe cannot afford to send that much help to another continent, especially now. However, like the American Marshall Plan after World War II, we are not planning to simply give away donations to Africa. Instead, what we have here is a way to fight the roots of the migration crisis, to become less dependent on the manufacturing industry in Asia, to find new and strong markets for our own companies, and to fully profit of the rise of a new economic powerhouse in Africa. Regarding the points of the delegate from Romania, there are a lot of them, so I will not be able to address all of them. But firstly, diverse education, which is our point concerning increasing education for females, is important for the economy, as we know that a more diverse workforce leads to more creativity and in turn more productivity. Furthermore, distance learning is not only a response to COVID, but also, as we have described, a way to increase digital ability, digital knowledge within Africa, which also is good for the economy. And furthermore, it's a way to increase the education for people in rural areas who may not have access to very good schools. A next point you have mentioned is that there is a lot of corruption in Africa and some of our initiatives may not be able to reach their goals. I would like to remind you that we are never providing direct support to specific governments. All our projects are either supporting existing initiatives, of which we know that they work, or direct investments into Africa, which we can control ourselves. Finally, Libya and the Sahel zone, which you have mentioned, you have said that they are unstable, which is the very point we want to tackle. They are important for us because, of course, instability deters investors, and it is a limit to economic growth. And we believe that the APSA, which is the organization we have placed our trust in, is able to tackle those problems effectively. It is true that we have always remembered Europe's interests while developing this resolution, but in doing so, we were also able to find measures that would bring peace, better education, more digitalization, and finally infrastructure to attend the most basic needs of the people in Africa. If you are someone who wholeheartedly stands for the EU's principle to help those in need, this resolution is the way to, at last, improve the lives of so many Africans. But also, if you are someone who is concerned for the EU's future, especially now that our economies have experienced significant recessions, this resolution is the way for us to improve our global position and make immense profits of the rise of a new economic power. Let us, for these reasons, all vote in favor of this resolution. Let us all vote in favor of a new Marshall Plan for Africa. Thank you.
Thank you, Cyprus. We'll now move on with the voting procedure. Remember, you can vote in favor, against, or abstain. I would like to ask the committee presidents to cast their vote.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. Concerned by the hiding colonialism behind the resolution, and that in order to disregard an economy, we have to make the first steps first, the committee president sent their disapproval.
Thank you. So, with 52% of the votes in favor, 38% against, 10% abstentions, and the disapproval of the committee presidents, this resolution has passed. Clapping is in order. We'll now have a fast switch to the next committee. We'll proceed with 2-3 minutes short break, so be there, do not leave. Martin, I believe you may have the floor, and Philip, please unpin the econ delegates.
Thank you, Mr. President. Please, I would now ask the Committee on Culture and Education to step forward and raise your hands in order to be pinned. Okay, so we will now move to reading out the resolution. Who from the committee may ask to read out the OCs? Please lower your hands. There should be only one delegate. Yes, Belgium, you have been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. The Model European Parliament recommends member states to further promote the key EU values in state education. 2. Calls upon the needs of youth councils at schools to develop the young people's democratic understanding and interaction and further allow them to have an influence in the decision-making process of the afferent educational institutions. 3. Supports the existing national and international model institutions initiatives and further recommends the founding of such institutions in member and candidate states where they do not exist. 4. Requests a dedicated open house day showing political processes and organizations in each EU member state directly to the youth through information programs, debates and events. 1 on digital forums, 2 in official state buildings. 5. Encourages giving correct and accurate information about the hazards of social media through the EU, but also promoting the active citizenship and youth empowerment through popular channels. 6. Reminds of existing official European media channels such as social media for high quality information and appreciates the tagging of misleading content concerning EU policies. 7. Reaffirms the role of the EU Youth Dialogue Programme and calls upon the further promotion and subvention of the programme. 8. Endorses public political conferences or debates where youth representatives can interact with politicians, thus increasing the transparency and the trust between political parties and the youth, following the success of programs such as the EU Youth Dialogue. 9. Further supports subsidizing the development of 1. NGOs aimed at helping tackle local issues in order to effectively raise the awareness of the youth. 2. Political youth organizations in order to acquire the power of influencing active decision-making. 10. Recommends the review of legal barriers such as, but not limited to, minimum voting age, minimum age for founding organizations and the like, context-specific barriers such as required documents preventing the young from participating. 11. Promotes the further development of programs and information sources aimed at helping the youth with administrative requirements. 12. Supports existing programs for e-voting, such as, but not limited to, the ECI or the online EU public consultations. to make them more known and less complex. 13, urges youth organizations to practice intercultural exchange between representatives and marginalized groups who would afterwards represent their interests at higher state levels with the help of programs such as the EU Network of Independent Experts on Social Inclusion. 14, emphasizes the importance of the inclusion of guidelines of the EU Youth Strategy 2019-2027 for the purpose of efficiently combating marginalizations. 15, instructs the President to forward the resolution to the European Parliament, to European Commission and the Council of Ministers. Thank you.
Thank you, Belgium. We will now move to the opening speech, and whom from the committee may I ask to deliver this speech? Yes, France, you have been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. Dear Presidency, Excellencies, distinguished guests, honorable members of the Model European Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to bring your attention to the current assembly. Young minds actively collaborating to make a better Europe. Quite reassuring, isn't it? Knowing the young generation is already at work. The active participation of youth in policy and decision-making, however, is a goal yet to be achieved. Whether it be at school, work, or in civil society, young people rarely have a say in final decisions, and their interests and suggestions are often discarded. The Culture and Education Committee's resolution aims at tackling two complementary issues: the disinterest young people manifest in political procedures and the lack of recognition they face when trying to participate in these processes. We have therefore elaborated proposals acknowledging that the energy and ideas of young people are vital to the development of their societies. The committee, standing on the accomplishments and of successful programs already in place, recommends the further development of such youth policies. It therewith urges governmental and non-governmental organizations to work hand in hand in order to not only guarantee access to reliable information, but also make participation procedures more accessible to the youth. Rather than letting young people be influenced by current decision makers, the committee proposes an elevation of the youth to an active citizenship state through education and practice of their right of exercise. May this resolution be the first step towards an active and complete involvement of the youth in legislation and policymaking. Following the example of this digital MEP session, the Cult Committee enjoins you to vote in favor of this resolution for the empowerment of the youth for the future of Europe. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now move to short factual questions, and I should remind you that I will accept only factual questions regarding abbreviations or short explanations. Serbia from Mempo, you have been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. The Serbian delegate would like to ask the committee to state the key EU values from OC1. Thank you.
Whom from the committee may I ask to answer that question? Austria, you have been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. The key EU values are human dignity, freedom, democracy, equality, rule of law, and human rights. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions regarding that clause? Sweden from Deve.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. I would like a definition on NGOs, which are mentioned in OC number 9.
Whom from the committee would answer that question? Bulgaria, you have been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. NGO stands for non-governmental organizations.
Any other factual questions? Lithuania from Inter.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. I have a question regarding what ages are defined
being used.
Please, Lithuania, clarify which clause do you regard?
The OC number 8, which ages are between the use dialogue.
Who from the committee would answer that question? France?
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. The definition of use varies depending on the organization, but it is usually people between 15 and 29 years old.
Okay, any other factual questions? Poland from Libe.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. I just have a question regarding OC12. What exactly do you mean with ECI? Could you please explain this term?
Who may ask to answer that question? Belgium.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. ECI is the acronym for European Citizens Initiative.
Thank you. Latvia from Libe.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. The delegate of Latvia would like to ask for further clarification on the OC 11. Could the committees please specify the term administrative requirements?
Thank you. Who may ask to answer that question? Germany.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. Administrative requirements are requirements, for example, for voting or for campaigning in the EU and other things where you have administrative requirements.
Thank you. Any other factual questions, please? Bulgaria from Econ.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. On point 10, I would like to ask the committee on what do they mean by minimum voting age, and could you clarify what age that is? Thank you for the floor.
Serbia, you have been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. Well, this question is subject to change in different European countries, but in the majority of the countries, the voting age is 18 years old.
Thank you. Poland from Inter.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. I have a question regarding OC7 and the EU Youth Dialogue Program. What does that program entail?
One from the committee may ask to answer that question. Germany.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. The EU Youth Dialogue is a dialogue mechanism between young people and decision makers taking place in the framework of the EU Youth strategy. So every 18 months, one of these meetings takes place.
Thank you. Luxembourg from Deve.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. Regarding operative clause 9, what is an example of a local issue these NGOs are supposed to be tackling? Thank you.
Thank you. Serbia, you have been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. Well, with this question, this is a pretty broad topic, but basically any issues that the youth have. So it can basically vary from building sports courts to maybe tackling some political issues that they don't like in their environment and their community. Thank you.
Thank you. I will now allow one more factual question. So Hungary from FEM, please.
Thank you for the word, Mr. President. I would like to ask for elaboration on OC number 2 concerning afferent educational institutions and what are meant by that and the definition for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Hungary from the committee, please.
Thank you for the word, Mr. President. By afferent educational institutions, we meant, for example, schools, which have been already mentioned in this operative clause. So yes, we meant the schools, so institutions where education is in progress.
Thank you. We will now move to the amendment, and the presidency has accepted one amendment. Please, fellow presidents, share that amendment.
But it's sharing very slowly, but you could proceed with explaining it meanwhile.
Okay, so it was submitted by the delegate of Cyprus regarding clause number 12, which reads as follows: supports existing programs for e-voting, such as but not limited to the ECI or the online EU public consultations, to make them more known and less complex. So the proposal is to substitute that clause with supports existing programs for e-voting, such as but not limited to the ECI or the online EU public consultations, to make them more known, less complex, while simultaneously increasing the safety and strengthening the firewalls to prevent voters' identity from leaking. So may I ask the delegate who submitted that proposal, please raise his hand and explain it. Yes, Cyprus, you have been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. Excellencies, distinguished guests, fellow delegates, ladies and gentlemen, and anyone who identifies otherwise. Living in a world where every day more and more services are being digitalized, it seems a logical statement and request to support and further expand the e-voting programs. The promotion of such programs would most definitely help the youth become more active citizens. However, the safety threat such a program that concerns us directly poses should be also mentioned and promised to be dealt with. The main threat is the probability of a voter's identity being leaked. The secret ballot is a basic means of achieving the goal of political privacy. This forestalls attempts to influence the voter by intimidation, blackmailing, and potential vote buying. It has already been established that regardless of the firewall strength, there will always be people who have the knowledge and technological know-how to hack such systems. In conclusion, I am not proposing to terminate, but rather enhance this already strong resolution by reassuring the anonymity of the voter's identity. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. We will now move to questions regarding this amendment. So if there are any questions, please raise your hands now. Latvia from AFET.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. I would just like to ask how this amendment would help with youth empowerment and active participation of youth.
Cyprus, you have the word.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. If we ensure the youth, which as was previously mentioned, falls between the age categories of 15 to 29 years old, if we reassure them that their identity will in no way be leaked, then the youth will will for sure be wanting to vote and participate as more active members of this community. Thank you. I hope I have answered your question.
Thank you, Latvia. Was this a sufficient answer?
Thank you for the floor. Yes, it was sufficient.
Okay, so other questions regarding this amendment? Poland from Libe, you have the word.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. Yes, now I have a question. Maybe you can share the amendment so we can reread it once again.
Yes, there are some technical issues, so sharing this amendment currently will not be possible.
Okay, thank you anyway.
If there are any questions. Okay, Cyprus, you have the word.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. Could I possibly post the amendment as a message in the...
Yes, if you could do that quickly, it would be wonderful.
Your presidency, I apologize to interrupt, but there's a voting poll already. Are we supposed to be able to vote already?
I don't think so. I don't know why was that here. So if the delegate of Cyprus could paste this amendment in the chat so everybody could see it. And I believe there will be questions arise. Yes, Cyprus, you have the word.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. Apparently, I can only post it as a direct message to President Philipp Markopulos.
You could paste it to him and then he'll paste it again in the chat.
I just gave you the permission to send messages to everyone, so it should work fine now.
Yeah, so now you can see that in the chat, it regards clause number 12, and that's what the proposal is. And if there are any questions regarding it, please raise your hands. Germany from FEM.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. I wanted to ask how this amendment would guarantee that e-voting would be more or less complex and more safe, so as to not leak any identity of voters, since anything that is conducted through the internet is susceptible to hacking, and I do not see how this amendment tackles the issue.
Thank you, Cyprus, you have the word.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. Making the system less complex and more known is independent from the increase of safety and the reassurance that the voter's identity won't be leaked. But this is something that I believe would be dealt with at a future point, since including all the points on how this would be tackled would be too much for one OC. Thank you.
Thank you, Germany. Do you find this answer sufficient?
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. Yes, it should suffice.
Okay. Any other questions regarding that amendment? Yes, Latvia from the.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like just to ask justification from the delegate of Cyprus. Because I think there's a bit of confusion around this. When he talks about making it less complex, does he mean things like user design and user interface to therefore make it more accessible to the youth? Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Cyprus.
The point of making it less complex was something that was stated by the CULT committee. My amendment only includes increasing the safety, so maybe it would be better answered by the CULT committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? So if there aren't, please, we'll move to the voting procedures regarding that amendment. You can.
Excuse me.
Yes, you may have the word.
Yes, I have not presented my speech from the committee regarding this amendment.
Yes, you're right. Please present it now.
Thank you for the word, Mr. President, distinguished delegates, dear ladies and gentlemen. To begin with, our committee, the CULT committee, it supports and really in favor of e-voting, because by this process, maybe we can raise awareness among youth, and we can bring them closer towards formal participation in politics. However, it is also well known that youths are in favor of trying out new concepts, new technological innovations, which can also help them to efficiently take part in such voting system. However, it is also worth mentioning that there is no such institution which is, or there is no such system which is perfectly safe from both hacking or fraud. However, as the statistics show, or as the example of Estonia show, electronic voting is much more safer, much more anonymous, and there is much less chance for any fraud. So that's why every amendment which supports this view and every amendment which increase the popularity regarding this system and which strengthens this OC, I think worth accepting by all the delegates in order to make sure that, however, there are some measures and there are constant measures regarding to make more safer, make safer and safer e-voting, we cannot be satisfied and we should emphasize this. So to sum up, according to our committee, emphasizing security of the system and emphasizing and increasing, and if it increases its popularity among the delegates, we should vote in favor of this amendment. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Hungary. We will now move to voting procedure. You can vote in favor or against this amendment.
Excuse me, Mr. President, was the voting prompt supposed to show up?
Yes, I believe so. Just give us a second. And I believe, yes, now you should see it. If there are any technical issues, please speak up. So with 78% in favor and 22% against, this amendment has passed. Please amend your resolutions accordingly. Now we'll move to the open debate. We'll accept questions regarding OOCs. Italy from Libe, you have been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. I would like to bring the whole Assembly's attention to the OC number 1, as I would like to ask the CULT committee what they mean with promoting the KEU values, as no country that doesn't recognize these values can belong to the Union. Actually, it wouldn't be more effective and concrete to propose awareness campaigns for young people regarding the fundamental values of respect for human freedom, democracy, equality, and the rule of law, and also promoting projects such as the MEP itself. So, thank you for the floor, Madam President, Mr. President, sorry.
Thank you. Finland from the committee, you have the word.
Thank you for the word, Mr. President. And thank you, Delegate, for the question. As the OC states, it is just recommending member states to further promote the key EU values. It's not stating that countries do not follow them, because these are key EU values, which should always be followed by all states. It is just stating that the further promotion of EU values would educate the youth on democracy and the important values and applying them to education.
Thank you. Are there any questions regarding OC1 specifically? Belgium from Envy.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. I'm sorry, it's about another OC. Thank you.
Okay, then Luxembourg from AFET.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. I would like to ask how you would ensure that this doesn't end up as propaganda. Thank you.
From the committee, may I ask? Hungary?
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. So to begin with, these key EU values are already existing principles or values. However, it does not mean propaganda, because these these values present the basic values of the European Union. So, for example, yes, so we wish to further promote them in the education system, because it basically never can be satisfied enough with their implementation. So that's why we further promote them. However, we strongly refuse that this refers to any political propaganda. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now move to other OCs. So please raise your hands if you have any questions. Slovakia from Joy, you have the word.
Thank you for the word, Mr. President. The delegate of Slovakia would like to ask the committee whether they have taken into consideration that the majority of young people are still just forming their opinions and may be easily influenced, and if yes, why they think that the minimal voting age should be questioned. And this question is regarding OC number 10.
Thank you. Who from the committee wants to answer that question? Finland, you have the word.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. The review of legal barriers such as minimum voting age are pretty important things in countries. These are big decisions that states would have to make, but these are definitely something they should consider doing. These are excellent ways to extend the participation of the population in governmental decisions, to allow young people to be a part of the political choices being made by states. Many young people, 17, 16-year-olds, already know what they want to stand for, but that doesn't necessarily mean that everyone knows how to do that. Of course, that's not the case everywhere, but reviewing these minimum voting age barriers would allow for the people who actually know what they're doing and the people who are aware of their own decisions and own opinions to be a part of this voting and these government decisions.
Thank you. I believe this is a sufficient answer. So are there any questions regarding this specific OC? Cyprus from Econ.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. So we have to differentiate between the minimum voting age for EU elections and different states elections. I understand that you can only promote states that they review their barriers, but for the EU, you can actually come to a specific decision, I believe. So firstly, yeah, my question would be if you would change or lower the EU voting age to, for example, 16.
Thank you. Who from the committee wants to answer that question? Please, I encourage all participants in the committee to have their say. Belgium, you have the word.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. Yes, we would, because we need a voice of the youth for the better future of the EU and a more objective future, we also want to refer to the PrEP package, stating that 60% of the youth took part in volunteering, 40% in youth organizations, and almost 20% part of political parties. That shows that the youth is engaged and wants to participate. We will also refer to Greta Thunberg last year with the climate changes. The youth can make changes if they want to, and therefore we want to lower the minimum voting age. Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions regarding the OCs? Motto from Liebe.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. The multi-delegation would like to ask a question regarding Office Clause 3, specifically on how the committee is planning to exercise governance over candidate states. I know it mentions candidate states. On what basis are you proposing that the people outside of the European Union, even if they are candidates for the European Union, should receive these types of initiatives as well? Thank you for the floor.
Thank you. Which OC do you regard?
Office Clause 3.
Okay, whom from the committee may I ask to answer? Serbia.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. I also speak from personal experience when I give the answer to this question, because Serbia is obviously a candidate country. And in Serbia, you already have a lot of EU institutions which are helping educating the youth, such as Erasmus+. So I think promoting national MEP parliaments in countries such as Serbia, but also other countries which already are in the European Union, which don't have these national sessions, would be a good thing, for what is stated in the OC. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Sweden from Devi.
Thank you for the word, Mr. President. My question is also regarding OC number 10. So firstly, considering that the context-specific barriers such as required documents are not in place to prevent the young from participating, but rather in place to prevent those who do not have the right to vote from participating. And secondly, the fact that a minimum voting age is defined as the most effective and least disrespectful means of ensuring all members of a democracy are sufficiently competent to vote. Is it then wise to remove, or are you then suggesting to remove these context-specific barriers such as required documents and lowering the voting age? Thank you.
Thank you. Whom may I ask to answer? Please, I encourage you to participate. Germany from the committee.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. At first, I want to express that we just reviewing such documents and also reviewing just lowering the voting age and not actually deciding something, because we cannot do that alone. And on the other hand, we're having many required documents, for example, participating in more local decisions and political discussions. And especially for that, we think that we want to lower these administrative requirements to participate in your local local issues and try to solve them, and not only regarding votes, as you said. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you. We now have time for one more question before we move on. Poland from Liebe, please.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. Yes, I have a question. Can you please specify the minimum of voting age? So do you want to minimize the voting age to about 16 or 15, or could you please tell me?
Whom from the committee may I ask to answer? Austria from the committee.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. As we just have mentioned, we recommend the review. So we do not recommend any specific changes. We just want to review but in countries such as Austria, the minimum voting age is 16, and it works very well, and the youth is very happy about its right to vote at 16 already. And the system works well, so we would encourage the review in other countries, and they may think about changing the age to 16 as well.
Thank you. That's what we have time for. So we'll now move to speech against the resolution. Ireland from Joy.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. Honorable Presidency, distinguished guests, fellow delegates. As we're talking about the important topic of youth participation, I'm afraid to tell all of you that this resolution is not the answer to the question on how to encourage the youth to pay attention to policy. To start with, I would like to refer to the second OC, in which the committee calls upon the councils in schools, but neither explain the construction of such councils, nor do they mention how to organize such councils in every school in the EU, or where such councils not planned for every school. How could we know what they mean when they don't express their plans precisely? Concerning the precision of this resolution, I would like to mention that it has not been worked out on point enough. The formulations, especially those of the first few OCs and the exact demands of the committee, aren't made clear and have no certainty of being put into practice. On top of that, the resolution has worked a lot on how to support interested young people, but apparently forgot to think about how to motivate other young people. The committee hasn't worked out a procedure to motivate, include, educate, and encourage that part of the youth that is not yet interested into policy, and to make them think about policy and finding interest in things like democracy, the European Union, and important decisions made in elections. I'm wondering why they didn't think about how to make policy effective for everyone. That is so important for our future and all upcoming elections. Everybody who's allowed to vote should be willing to vote, should be interested enough to vote, and should be informed about all the important parts of the concept of our policy to be able to use their vote. We need to try to make the whole youth willing to take a closer look at policy, but unfortunately the Committee of Cult laid the focus on other things that will not maximize the interest of the youth on policy, so it misses its intention. After having itemized all the gaps of this resolution, I think we can all agree that we shouldn't be in favor of such a misdemeanor. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. We will now move to the closing speech or the speech in favor of the resolution. One from the committee may ask to deliver his speech. Serbia, you have the floor.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. Dear Presidency, Excellencies, distinguished guests, honorable delegates, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here on the behalf of the Committee on Culture and Education to present our resolution. Actually, to talk about the resolution we just presented. The work we put in this resolution in the recent couple of days is something that we are very proud of. The problems we tackled are important to us, and I'm sure to every single one of you as well, because they're directly concern all of us, the European youth. Hereby, I encourage you to vote in favor of the resolution. Regarding the things the honorable delegate from Ireland just mentioned about our resolution not focusing enough on motivating young people who are not participating actively, I would like to ask the delegate whether she has read all of the OCs in our resolution. So basically, school councils, which she also mentioned, support inclusion of many more new young people who are not already participating in political activities. Also, lowering the voting age encourages young people to think more about democracy. Also, I think she probably didn't even read all of the OCs, since we have a very important OC about proposing an open day where young people are allowed to get into institutions and learn more about the functioning of the democracy. With all this being said, I believe everything the delegate from Ireland mentioned is not relevant and is not true, basically, because all of these are the ways in which we would motivate new people who are not already participating in such activities. To sum it all up, I wanted to note the significance of all the committee topics, but I believe that our resolution is supplemental to the success of all the other committee's resolutions. I mean, partnering with Africa, denuclearization, trade negotiations with the USA, enlargement negotiations with the Western Balkans, empowering women, and all of these other topics would not be possible if we do not have educated and politically active young people, young leaders, who will push the European idea forward in the next 5, 10, 15, 20, 100 years.
Please conclude.
So while the most of us might not feel the impact of this resolution, since most of us, I believe, are already politically and socially active, I think that it's very important to include many, many more young people in Europe in these activities, and this resolution provides important solutions in order to do that. Thank you for the word, Mr. President.
Thank you. We will now move to voting procedure. And if there are any technical difficulties, please feel free to speak up.
All right. Thank you for the floor, Mr. Lumberjack. So, due to the fact that e-voting might cause the next iMEP president to be voted online only, and we will definitely want to avoid that, this committee does have the approval of the committee presidents.
President, sorry, I would like to state something. My apologies for interrupting you, but I have not received the voting.
Yes, we have some
Me
technical
neither.
difficulties apparently. Yes, you now should see it, I believe.
Some problem concerning the poll. Are you able to see it right now?
Yes.
Yes, we are. Yes, I am.
Yes.
Okay, great. Were there still any technical difficulties concerning the poll, or did it show up for everyone? Okay, if there were no problems, I will share the results with you right now.
So with 73% in favor, 18% against, 8% abstention, and the approval of the committee presence, this resolution has passed. Clapping is in order. I will now give the floor to President Magdalena Offenbeck.
Thank you. May I ask for the delegates of the Committee on International Trade to be pinned? Whom from the committee may I ask to read out the resolution?
I have been chosen to read out the resolution.
Wait.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but I have been informed that there is actually a break until 11:30. So we will continue with Inter after the break. Please mute yourself and turn your camera off until the break is over.
So we have a 15-minute break. Be sure to be back at the right time so it can start right away.
I'm sorry, but I have a question.
Yes.
Please escalate.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. Is the break until 11:30 or is it 15 minutes?
Until 11:30.
Thank you, Mr. President.
No problem.
Sorry, Mr. President, my raise hand function still doesn't work. Is that an issue?
I don't think so. Are you able to react via emoticons on Zoom?
Yes, yeah, I've got the
great.
thumbs up and clapping.
Okay, that's no problem. Please use the thumbs up instead.
Okay, yeah, thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. May I ask you to switch on your cameras and start returning to the call? We will now resume with the Committee on International Trade. May I ask the committee member that has been chosen to read out the resolution to take the floor?
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. Yes, I'm the chosen one. May I start?
Yes, you may have the word.
Thank you for the floor. The Model European Parliament. A. Noting existing tariff and non-tariff trade barriers on American and European
Only the
goods.
OCs will be read out.
Oh, the delegate apologizes. 1. Thank you. 1. Calls upon the continuation of TTIP negotiations in order to find an agreement that eliminates tariffs hindering free, swift, and copious trade between the EU and the US. 2. Strongly recommends the creation of a new institution aiming to harmonize EU and US regulations in order to 1. Find common standards. 2. Preserve protected labels and products. 3. Protect intellectual property. 4. Reach a consensus concerning data privacy. 3. Request the cooperation of EU and US databases about product information in their allowing public access. 4. Recommends resuming trade negotiations with the US and other countries in order to reduce dependency on specific economies limiting the EU's ability to act on its own accord. 5. Urges the EU to put forth a proposal for a joint fund for innovative science projects done in cooperation between US and European states, which extends to resources and materials needed for the research and development of renewable and green technology. 6. Suggests the creation of an initiative working towards the exchange and development of science and technology. 7. Solemnly affirms the necessity of stipulating a transatlantic green agenda as stated in, quote, a new EU-US agenda for global change, end quote, which should achieve the following goals. 1. Reduce the emissions of carbon dioxide by creating a common EU-US carbon trading area. 2. Support industries in adopting policies which should guarantee a complete green transition. OC8 proposes that 100 billion are mobilized every year for climate action and related technologies, as was the original commitment in, quote, a new EU-US agenda for global change, end quote. OC9 supports reforms for legislation concerning European and US tax systems aiming to hamper tax evasion. 10. Recommends the opening of negotiations between the EU and the US, and more specifically the IRS and the European Court of Auditors, on introducing a standard tax for digital technology firms, ensuring that such companies pay reasonable taxes, which are equivalent to the value of having access to the EEA. 11. Demands the complete abolishment of ISDS and ICS with regards to the TTIP. encourages the development of informative campaigns in order to inform the general public as well as small businesses through 1. The creation of an EU-US elucidate website, 2. News media, 3. Social media, 4. Educational allies. 13. Recommends countries to prepare sufficient responses on a national level, such as but not limited to focus on income protection, education systems, and labor market policies for the possible unpredictable fluctuations in employment. 14. Requests a panel of experts chosen by both parties to negotiate transparently with the TABD while the new GGDS system shall be utilized to settle any potential disputes. 15. Instructs the President to forward the resolution to the European Parliament, the European Commission, and the Council of Ministers.
Thank you. Whom of the delegates may I ask to deliver the opening speech? Slovakia, you've been recognized. The delegate who is going to deliver the opening speech, please raise your hand. I do not see any raised hands. Could the delegate who is delivering the opening speech please speak up? Poland, you've been recognized. Poland, from the Intercommittee, you have the word.
I think he's muted.
May I interrupt? I think my fellow delegate from Poland, his microphone doesn't work.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, sorry. Technically, it wouldn't be my responsibility to do the opening speech, but since no one else is going to do it, I would just do it impromptu.
Yes, that will have to do. You have the word.
Okay, thank you. Honorable Presidency, distinguished guests, fellow delegates, ladies and gentlemen, and those who identify otherwise. After careful consideration of the concerns brought forward in regards to the original TTIP agreement, the Committee on International Trade found proper and well thought out solutions to the problems. We address the issue of climate change through our transatlantic green agenda, as well as the issue of tax evasion. Also addressed was the issue of innovative science projects in cooperation between the EU and the US. This will lead to an increase in the economic power of both the EU and the US, considering that China is catching up with the US, and the EU has been trailing behind the US in terms of innovation for a couple of years. Another concern that was raised during the initial negotiations of the TTIP agreement was the issue of the ISDS system, which would undermine the sovereignty and power to act of the EU 27. We dealt with that with the complete abolishment of such and instating a new system called the GGDS. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now move on to factual questions. Belgium, from the ENVI Committee, you've been recognized.
Thank you, Madam President, for the floor. I would like to ask what the abbreviation for ISDS and ICS entail. Thank you.
Whom from the committee may I ask to answer? Luxembourg, you've been recognized.
Thank you for the word, Madam President. So ISDS means Investor State Dispute Settlement, while ICS means Investment Court System. Thank you.
Thank you. Sweden from the Libe Committee, you've been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. Regarding OC3, could you please specify what and who will the new institution consist of? Or no,
Lithuania, you've been recognized from the Intercommittee.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. The institution consists of US and EU regulators who will be doing the tests on the products that will be entering the markets.
Thank you. Denmark from the Cult Committee, you've been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. Regarding OC1, can I please ask the committee to explain what TTIP negotiations are? Thank you for the floor.
Slovakia from the Intercommittee, can you please answer the question?
Yes, of course. Thank you for the floor. The TTIP negotiations are the transatlantic trade agreement negotiation between the EU and the US, and basically the negotiation just has to stand on negotiate the terms on which there would be a no tariff free trade agreement between the US and the EU. So negotiating between, as an example, the different regulations, let's say on cars, and safety regulation, on health regulations, on drug sale businesses, and if for example a business wants to be in the EU and the US and they need to trade, the regulations need to be somehow set in place to be the same or similar, to be interworking. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thanks.
France from the Econ Committee, you may ask a question.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. About OC14, can you specify what TABD stands for? Thank you.
Poland from the Intercommittee, you may answer the question.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. Could the delegate from France please repeat the abbreviation? If it was the GGDS system, right?
You may have the word again.
Thank you, Madam President. TABD.
Oh, TABD. May I answer?
Yes, you may have the word.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. So the TABD is an abbreviation for Transatlantic Business Dialogue.
Thank you. We will take one last question. Cyprus from the Cult Committee, you've been recognized.
Thank you for the word, Madam President. I would like to ask what is considered a reasonable tax in OC number 10.
Luxembourg from the Intercommittee, you've been recognized.
Thank you for the word, Madam President. Reasonable taxes would be taxes that are low enough to have businesses stay in those countries, whilst having them high enough so that the state still wins in keeping those taxes. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now move on to the amendment. The presidency has chosen an amendment by the delegate of Luxembourg from the Digi committee concerning clause 8, which reads, proposes that $100 billion are immobilized every year for climate action and related technologies, as was the original commitment in a new EU-US agenda for global change. The amendment is to delete this clause entirely. Digi Luxembourg, you have the word.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. Honorable Presidency, distinguished committee presidents, fellow delegates. I would like to acknowledge the hard work the Committee on International Trade has put into this resolution, and I strongly agree that a new deal between the EU and the US is essential in the very near future. The proposed amendment on striking operative clause 8, mentioning the mobilization of $100 billion each year to promote climate activity and corresponding technologies, was submitted for the following reasons. As stated in Operative Clause 5, for cooperative science projects are mentioned, indicating that this monetary support with an unlimited amount may be employed for the further benefit of both the EU as well as the US. This joint fund has the function of extending cooperation between both states in terms of resources and should not be restricted. Further, Operative Clause 6 implies the establishment of such an initiative working towards the aforementioned collaboration. In Operative Clause 7, the committee refers to the new EU-US agenda for global change, aiming to attain a transatlantic green agenda. I would hence like to address that the budget noted in Operative Clause 8 is not relevant to the issue on forming a new deal. I strongly encourage each delegate of the General Assembly to vote in favor of this amendment, as this resolution fosters cooperation and should not be hindered by a restricted operative clause that has already been addressed in the previous clauses. Rather, the resolution aims towards implementing the trade strategies and not imposing any limitations. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now be taking questions concerning the amendment. Germany, from the FEM committee, you've been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. I would like to ask how it is, how the delegate of Luxembourg believes this is unnecessary, since the clauses she suggested, are proposing joint initiatives and joint funds, but there's nowhere a specific amount of money to be found that is being suggested for a very specific cause that is the purpose of the OC8 that I believe. Please correct me if I'm wrong, but I do not see the same, well, unnecessity for Clause 8 as the delegate of Luxembourg does.
Thank you. Luxembourg, you may answer.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. This is correct. And because we are the MEP, there should not be a strict amount of money suggested for funding every year. Rather, it should be an unlimited budget so that, as stated in Operative Clause 5, cooperation can be extended and the budget may be exceeded as the restricted $100 billion designated. Thank you.
Thank you. Poland, from the Digi committee, you may ask a question.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. Do you generally believe that there should be a green agenda, a transatlantic green agenda, or do you generally want to strike the entire green agenda?
Luxembourg, you may answer.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. No, the striking of Clause 8 is only because of the budget as well, because the green agenda is also mentioned in Operative Clause 7 and should not be stroked. A green agenda should not be gone, so it's still included in the resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll take one last question from Belgium Envy Committee.
Thank you, Madam President, for the floor. I would just like to ask the Honourable Delegate of Luxembourg if she thinks it is necessary to delete an entire clause just because of because of $100 billion being written inside of the clause. Wouldn't it then be better just to change the clause rather than completely deleting it? So I would just like to know why she went for deleting the entire clause. Thank you.
Luxembourg, you may respond.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. Deleting this is just due to the fact that the new EU-US agenda for global change is already mentioned in Operative Clause 7 and hence is irrelevant. So the Committee of International Trade has also most likely agreed on striking this as well because it's already mentioned in the resolution. So it is not that the idea is taken away from the resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Whom from the committee may I ask to present the speech against the amendment? Malta from the Intercommittee.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. So regarding this committee's speech on this amendment, first of all, I would like to sincerely thank the Honourable Delegate from Luxembourg for spending so much time on our resolution that we have worked hard against, and that she took the time to fully scrutinize and ensure that this resolution can be as strong as it should be. And it is with that in mind that I would like to say that this committee supports the amendment completely. And this is for the reasons as stated by the honourable delegate, that this amendment is going to strengthen our resolution because we have mentioned this agenda for global change between the EU and US, specifically in clause 7, but also mentions to it in operative clause 5 as well. So with that in mind, a budgetary constraint might not be the best option, and we admit there could be much more advanced ways in which we could tackle the fiscal matter of this agenda in the future. So we would like to again thank the delegate from Luxembourg and fully support this amendment. I yield my time to the presidency.
Thank you. We will now move on to the voting procedure. You may vote in favor of the amendment or against. Has everybody been able to vote? With 82% in favor of the amendment and 18 against, this amendment has passed, and I ask you to strike clause 8 from your resolutions. We will now move on to the open debate. Malta from the DV committee, you've been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. I have two questions regarding OC2.
From the committee, may I ask to, may you specify your question, please?
Yes, of course. So firstly, may I ask the committee how the EU plans to convince the US to have an established common institution between the two continents, as this obviously would limit them in a way that things cannot be done their way. Secondly, how will you ensure that in such an institution there would not be any bias to neither the US standards nor the EU standards? Thank you.
Thank you. Poland, you may respond.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. So since the US is also interested in negotiations, and in the negotiations, both sides have to make some concessions, I think it is already implied that parties have to accept certain things that they don't agree with. And especially the US would probably also be in favor of having regulations in place and institutions in place that also ensures that when they want to introduce a product on the European market, that it does not have to go through additional trade barriers. And to answer your last question, which was, could you perhaps repeat the last question again so that I can properly address it?
Yes, Malta, you may have the floor.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. So the second question was, how will you ensure that such an institution, there would not be any bias, neither to the US standards nor to the EU's? Thank you.
Yes, Poland, you may respond.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. So, of course, the institution would be made up of both EU and US officials to ensure that there is no bias towards one group in the institution and the regulations.
Thank you. Bulgaria from the FEM committee, you've been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. I'm regarding to OC number 4, standing recommend to resuming trade negotiations with the US and other countries in order to reduce dependency on specific economics, limiting the EU's ability to act on its own accord. My question is, doesn't this deprive EU citizens of goods imported from the countries for such a long time, such as, but not limited to, different foods and aerospace products transported from the USA? And wouldn't it be better to reduce those imports rather than completely resume them?
Thank you. I ask Malta from the Intercommittee to answer.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. So to honour and to answer the honourable delegate, I understand the many concerns that there are for this OC. However, as stated in Operative Clause 2, these regulations will be met with the US's, so that we've got the United States and EU are both agreeing on the regulations and how our goods are tested and the quality of them. So in that regard, there is no need for any sort of concern or worry on regards to foreign goods which don't meet EU standards coming into the European Union and not being to the quality that we like. I hope that answered the delegate's question. Thank you.
Thank you. Germany from the NV Committee, you've been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. I would like to address concerning this OC that, so far as I'm concerned, there's already an initiative exactly tackling this issue. It's called the joint communications between the US and the EU. And one topic they are also dealing with is trade, which basically would make the creation of a new institution obsolete in my view. So maybe someone could explain to me why you decided to do this new thing here.
Slovakia from the Intercommittee, you may answer.
Thank you for the floor. This OC isn't creating anything, isn't really creating a new organization, as we believe that the delegate has said, but this simply recommends, after Donald Trump stopped the moving or the negotiations of the TTIP and other, that was the major agreement that's mostly implied in this OC. After Joe Biden has entered as president in the United States, we believe that it's an opportunity to resume these trade negotiations, and that's what this OC is referring to. We're not, this is mainly towards the TTIP and other similar organizations. Or if does that answer the question, or did the delegate mean something else?
Thank you. Germany, has this answered your question?
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. Actually, I'm a bit confused. Maybe you could rephrase your answer. That would be really great.
Slovakia, you may rephrase.
Yes, so OC number 4.
Presidency.
Thank you for the floor.
Madam President.
Madam President, sorry, we apologize. The OC number 4 mainly refers to the negotiations of the TTIP and those agreements which are mainly binding. Does that answer the question?
Germany, does this answer your question?
Yes, thank you for the floor, Madam President. Yes, it does. Thank you.
We will now move on from OC4. Any questions concerning different OCs? Denmark from the Econ Committee, you have been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. My question is concerning OC9, in which the committee states that they will work towards complete abolishment of ISDS and ICS. As far as I know, one of the main obstacles behind the the trade agreement between the EU and US and led to the absolution of the negotiations in 2019 was that the US wanted a ISDS system in which American companies could sue European countries. But what makes the committee believe that that the ISDS system now can be abolished?
Thank you. Ireland, from the Intercommittee, you may answer.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. It is correct that the ISDS and the ICS were important points for the United States, but we propose that companies that do the business in the European Union can also sue the countries if they think they are infringed in their rights in the local jurisdiction of the country and of the state, or even of the European Union. But they don't need extra arbitrary courts for that. And we want to abolish ISDS and ICS systems because they open the European Union up to great liability, because they tend to infringe the sovereignty of the governments, and this is why we want to abolish ISDS systems.
Thank you. Belgium, from the FEM Committee, you may have the word.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. My remark is regarding OC12. How could you encourage the development of informative campaigns through news media? Because doesn't that mean that we are influencing the press and oppressing the press's opinion, and that does mean that the freedom of the press is oppressed?
Thank you. Lithuania, from the Intercommittee, you may answer.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. Of course, the freedom of the press is a really important topic in the EU, but we believe that if the state gives enough information to these presses, they can then choose what they want to represent about that information to the public. So we don't tell the press what they need to say. We just tell the press how the negotiations are going, and then the press can choose from those information we are given how they want to present it to the public.
Thank you. Italy, from the AFID Committee, you may have the word.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. My question regards the OC number 13, in which the committee recommends the country to prepare sufficient responses on national level. So my question is, should the nation prepare plans by their own without any help from the EU? And if it's yes, which is the exact role of the EU in this OC? Also, why there are not mentioned any plans specifically regarding the startup at the SME, which are the society that are more stricken by this treaty, the TTEP, in a context of a global export and import, so the global trade. Thank you for the floor, Madam President.
Thank you. Luxembourg, from the Intercommittee, you may respond.
Thank you for the word, Madam President. First of all, I want just to state the fact that a TTIP agreement is something that has never been done before. It's a skill that has never ever been seen in modern economics. So it is really, any sources and potential things concerning the future are really unreliable, as we don't know what will happen. That's why this OC addressed the problem that we don't know and how far it will affect unemployment. We want to be on the safe side. That's why we urge member states on a national level to be prepared for any unemployment rates that would go up in certain sectors, which might be affected. Though in overall, the unemployment rates would very probably drop drastically, but they might spike in certain sectors. So yes, governments should prepare on a national level. I do not think it should involve the EU because that's going too far. I hope that answers the question.
Thank you. We will take one last question Austria from the FEM committee, you've been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. I would like to address OC6. How would your proposed initiative be different from the EU/US Agreement for Scientific and Technological Cooperation or the Horizon 2020 program?
I ask Lithuania from the intercommittee to respond. Lithuania, I believe you're muted. Well, we will then ask the Netherlands from the intercommittee to respond to the question.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. As for the question asked by the delegate of Germany, I would like to state that even though there are existing resources, we want to create new ones and actually strengthen the existing ones, especially looking at the TTIP agreement, as my fellow delegate has said, that it has never been done before, and therefore we want to make sure that in this agreement, things such as the exchange of development of science and technology is stated in this agreement. Also for trading, that is even more empowered, and that is a strong thing in the agreement, so that as well as if you look at green sciences, that even causes more economic growth for both parties, and that is why we have officially stated this and not only use the existing.
Thank you. This concludes our open debate. Who may I ask to deliver the speech against the resolution? Luxembourg from the Libe Committee, you may have the word.
Thank you for the word, Madam President. Mr. President, Your Excellencies, members of the Model European Parliament, distinguished guests, and ladies and gentlemen. The delegation of Luxembourg is convinced that the Intercommittee has put a lot of work into finding a solution for the failed trade agreement. But on this point, I ask the General Assembly, have you seen the disputes that happened through the TTIP agreement? How will this resolution help in any way? The ideas are great, but mostly just a variation of the already stated rules, which we have seen not working very well in the past. Whether the market liberalization nor regulatory issues have been clearly improved, but only stated to be regulated in the future. Can we really secure that they will find agreements? I'm convinced of the opposite. Why try something again that has caused so many negative impacts already and so many loss? Not enough remarkable change has been taken to establish real improvement. So I urge you, dear delegates of the General Assembly, to vote against this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Who may I ask to deliver the speech in favor of the resolution? Ireland from the Intercommittee, you've been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. Honorable Presidency, distinguished guests, dear committee presidents, fellow delegates. We live in very challenging times at the moment. Europe's economy is in recession. Thousands of people lost their jobs and their livelihoods. Now it is upon us to propose a solution. The TTIP agreement is the best shot at supporting the European economy to grow and prosper and to rebuild it and support all those who suffered under the hard economical conditions, to thrive for a better future, a common destiny. Not only does TTIP positively impact the consumers by cutting prices for products of their everyday use, like food or clothes, and a chance at a well-paid job, it would also help small and medium-sized businesses in the European Union. Businesses that right now struggle to sell their products and services. Businesses that could be owned by everyone, by people like you and me, our grandparents, our kids and grandkids. The TTIP agreement will tackle unnecessary obstructions that hinder free trade with the United States, which will lead to more jobs and more growth in our local communities. This in return is going to be beneficial for everyone. The TTIP agreement is going to provide social and economical advancement for many EU citizens. This will especially strengthen countries with struggling economies. In addition to all that, the TTIP agreement will boost the EU's influence on the political world stage substantially. With TTIP in place, we will be able to promote Europe's values and set high standards in the global economy. And the honorable delegate from Luxembourg indeed has a point. There was a lot of dispute about the TTIP agreement in the past, but our committee tackled nearly all of the issues, to name some: transparency or different standards in, for example, regards to food safety or health services. We tackled all these issues and proposed very, very good and very productive solutions. And now, honorable delegates, I must urge you all to vote in favor of our resolution. Vote in favor of it if you actually want to improve the living conditions for the EU citizens. Vote in favor of it if you want to promote better relations with the United States of America. And vote in favor of it if you actually want to make a difference. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now move on to the voting procedure. You may vote in favor, against, or abstain. Please speak up if there are any difficulties voting. With 36% in favor, 32% against, and 33% abstentions, this resolution has passed. We now ask for the vote of the CPs.
Thank you for the floor, Madam Chosen One. Aware of the hard work of the committee against the resolution and of the return of the Chosen One, the committee presidents send their disapproval.
Thank you. Whom of my fellow presidents may I ask to take over the floor?
We'll now move on with the Committee of Libe, the Committee on Civil Liberties, Justice and Home Affairs. Just a second. Whom of the committee may I ask to read out the resolution? Please raise your hand.
Before that, of course, Philipp, please spotlight that.
I can't seem to find the one raising the hand, so please speak out if you're the one reading out the resolution. I kindly ask again to speak out if you're responsible for reading out the resolution of the Libe Committee.
Thank you for the word, Mr. President. 1. Condemns firms to provide an easier way to delete personal data by proposing a possibility to remove all personal information held by a company without losing access to the account and all services connected to it. 2. Encourages the EU to spread information campaigns through institutes, such as but not limited to schools. 3. Proposes the Court of Justice of EU to look over the possibility that allows consumers to see who obtains their personal data when they comply with unnecessary cookies. 4. Calls upon advertisers to provide consumers with a document clearly stating what data has been collected to lead to certain advertisements and where the data was collected from. 5, strongly recommends the EU to look over and establish new guidelines which define what kind of micro-targeting is legal and illegal. 6, urges member states and political parties to promote a non-biased, non-data processing third-party source of information, website containing all relevant information to provide users with the opportunity for non-manipulated view, as well as to prohibit non-campaigning organizations and external sources from abusing consumers' perspectives. 7, strongly urges the EU to create a new, quote, EU database, quote, in order to create new servers and to provide some storage for personal data, which is received by the EU member states and no third parties. 8, further declares that a task force of big data experts be allocated to help corporations. 9, ensure there is a limitation of any possible loopholes. 10, serve the function of determining what needs to be updated according to technological innovation, including refined definitions of terms. 11, ensure that sensitive data like that of genetic makeup, biometric data, or health-related data is heavily safeguarded and banned from being used for commercial purposes. 12, authorizes a sunset clause to be put out in place whereby the GDPR is revised every 5 years. 13, strongly condemns Article 411 because consent is marketed as being free but can essentially considered as the price for the use of service. 14, requests a prohibition on OTTs from offering services by asking for data and marketing it as free, but rather imposes a transparent and informed processing policy. 15, further recommends the corporations explain step-by-step in a user-friendly manner how they will be processing the consumer's data rather than compiling a large document of T&Cs, which will most likely be ignored and thus opportunistic for profit motive business. 16, further promotes the benefits of an end-to-end authentication to ensure data is exchanged between the organizations and clients only, and not to any third party without consent. 17, strongly recommends an amendment to the GDPR in order to include a definition of big data.
Thank you. Who of the committee?
No, I'm finished. 18.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Drawing attention to the 2 billion which the EU has allocated to develop data processing infrastructures, recommends creating a system of 6 tags where it is introduced as a piece of information according to its nature. 19, requests stricter rules towards 1, the assurance of age, 2, the advertising of adult websites and products which should only be allowed if the parent strictly consents to it in the settings. 20, calls for a tax called espresso for the trade of data based on yearly income of a company in order to protect small companies' existence. 21, approves the use of money gained through espresso to fund the development of privacy-friendly alternatives. 22, instructs the president to forward the resolution to the European Parliament, the European Commission, and the Council of Ministers.
Thank you. So whom of the committee may I ask to hold the opening speech? Malta, you've been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. Honorable Presidency, dear Committee President, distinguished guests, and fellow delegates. The Committee on Civil Liberties, Justice and Home Affairs wishes to extend their thanks to the General Assembly for taking the time to deliberate its resolution on improving the quality of the EU's data processing and protection laws. The breaches and weaknesses of data laws really became apparent after the Cambridge Analytica scandal was alleged to have impacted the Brexit referendum. Shortly after this revelation, the EU took to enacting the General Data Protection Regulation, also known as the GDPR laws. It's considered the toughest privacy and security law in the world. Though it was drafted and passed passed by the European Union, it imposes obligations onto organizations all over the world as long as they target or collect data related to EU citizens. LIBE's resolution focuses not only on improving the GDPR, but making sure it evolves concurrently with the world's innovative technology, whilst also suggesting ways in which the GDPR and the rest of the EU's data laws can be enhanced and enforced to better protect the fundamental right of privacy. Our committee is very much hopeful for the improvements which might come about to the data processing scheme after this resolution, and hopefully with it, waves of transparency, fair markets, and just elections. Henceforth, we strongly urge all delegates to consider our proposals thoroughly. We look forward in apprehending and debating constructively. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Malta. Now we'll move on to the factual questions. Please raise your hand if you have factual questions. May I ask the Committee of Liebe to, while asking the factual questions, to lower their hands so it's easier to spot the other committees raising their hand. Droy, Slovakia, you may have the floor.
Thank you for the word, Mr. President. Delegate of Slovakia, I would like to have a question regarding OC number 18 and would like to ask the committee to further describe or specify the system of 6 stacks. Thank you.
Whom of the committee may I ask to answer this question? Liebe Latvia, you may have the word.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. So basically, a tag is a piece of information that describes an item and allows it to be found again by browsing or searching. The system of 6 tags is organized in 6 tags, so each piece of information is collected in a separate tag. And companies will only be granted access to specific tags that don't consist of personal data. Does that answer the delegate's question?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Inter Poland, you may have the word.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. I have a factual question regarding OC12. I would like to know what a sunset clause is, as well as the definition of GDPR.
Whom of the committee may I ask to answer this question? Liebe Poland, you may have the word.
Yes, thank you for the floor, Mr. President. Yes, GDPR stands for General Data Protection Regulations. So I think that's quite clear. And what was your question regarding?
The delegate who asked the question may respond.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. I would like to know what is meant by a sunset clause.
Yeah, thank you for the floor, Mr. President. Yes, so that it's rephrased and new, so that there will be a new sunset clause every 5 years, and there will be, yeah. Does this actually explain your question?
I believe it does. So let's move on. Empel Serbia, you may have the word.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. I just wanted to ask the committee to explain OC9, the possible loopholes. Thank you for the floor.
Liebe Sweden, you may have the word.
So an example of loophole is in paragraph 23 in the GDPR law. It says that companies have to comply with the GDPR quote, where the processing activities are related to the offering of goods or services, quote. If offering is interpreted narrowly to only being the phase prior to a transaction or a provision of service, then all the processing activities that take place later, when most of the personal data would be obtained, are not covered. So to give an example, a company can set up a marketing company in the EU, having done the minimal personal data processing needed to obtain customers. And then these customers are after then transferred for transaction fulfillment to another company outside EU, which would include personal data handling to a non-EU business. And this personal data would then be obtained from companies outside EU and outside the law as well. Does that answer your question?
You may respond.
Yes, thank you for the floor, Mr. President, and thank you, Delegate of Sweden. It was a great example. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll entertain 2 different questions until we move on. FEM Germany, you may have the word.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. I would like to ask concerning OC 1, how or what qualifies as personal data? Could I have maybe 1 or 2 examples to that? Thank you.
Liebe Luxembourg, you may have the word.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. Well, personal data is defined as every information that can be traced directly back to you. So basically everything that can identify you as your name, your address, but also your gender or your sexuality or something that has to do with your health records. Does that answer the question? Thank you.
I believe it does.
Yes, thank you very much.
Cult Hungary, you may have the floor.
Before the floor, Mr. President, the Hungarian delegate has a question regarding OC12, a factual question. And I would like the committee to specify what they mean by small and medium-sized enterprises. Excuse me, 20.
Liebe Netherlands, you may have the word.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. What we mean by small and medium-sized enterprises or small and medium-sized businesses, also called, are businesses whose personal number fall below a certain limit. So that is like when we're talking about big businesses, we're talking about small businesses now, like the local shop or businesses like that.
Does that answer your question? You may respond.
Yes, thank you for the word, Mr. President. Yeah, it answered my question. Thank you.
Great, then let's move on to the amendment speech. I believe that, excuse me just a second. The delegate of Poland has proposed an amendment to concerning clause 2, OC2. Please raise your hand so you can be spotlighted. I'm not quite sure whether he has been spotlighted already, but you can hold your amendment speech now.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. Honourable Presidency, distinguished guests, fellow delegates, ladies and gentlemen, and those who identify otherwise. First of all, I must say that the Committee on Civil Liberties, Justice and Home Affairs did an excellent job with the resolution. They managed to cover most of the issues quite well. However, regarding the operative clause 2, it is imperative that not only educational institutes are utilized to inform the public about data privacy, especially the younger generations will be more likely to use websites, even social media, to become more knowledgeable on certain topics. Educating the younger generation on the data privacy rights is crucial, as they are among the groups most affected by infringements in data privacy. considering that they are most active in the internet. My proposal would include social media, websites, as well as the educational institutions mentioned by the LIBE Committee. Substituting the operative clause 2 with my proposal would further improve and amplify the quality of the resolution. As a consequence, the general populace would be informed better and more thoroughly. Thus, I solemnly ask all of you to vote in favor of my amendment. Thank you.
Thank you for this speech. Now we'll move on to the questions regarding the amendment. Whom may I ask? Well, you may raise your hands now if you have a question regarding the amendment. Envy Belgium, you may have the word.
Thank you, Mr. President, for the floor. I would like to ask the Honorable Delegate of Poland why he also thought that social media was a good idea, as there's a lot of polarization on social media and it is one of the problems. Thank you.
Please respond, Delegate of Poland.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. So I would not put all the information on social media, but rather have official EU posts and campaigns, sort of like ads, so that if people who use social media are interested, they can click on the post and then be redirected to a website that gives them information. And if they prefer to not use the website, they will find information redirecting them to educational institutions. I hope that answers the question.
Has your question been answered, Envy?
Yes, thank you, Mr. President.
Econ Cyprus, you may have the word.
Well, thank you for the word, Mr. President. When you're talking about websites, are you just thinking about one specific website that should be created to serve that purpose? Or should this information be included on just as many websites as possible in order to educate people as soon as they enter a website, which could be, well, quote unquote, dangerous?
Delegate of Poland, you may respond.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. No, I would suggest just one specific official EU website, because I believe that if we have always sort of a short mention at the beginning of every website, that would just lead to people being annoyed by those constant sort of notifications, and that would just make them less interested in the topic itself.
Thank you. Has your question been answered? Cyprus, it was, I believe.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. Yes, it has.
Inter Lithuania, you may have the word.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. I have a question regarding that social media, about why would social media companies want to promote something like this about data privacy and how it's a bad thing that websites collect your data. Why would social media want to promote this? Because that's how they make most of their money, and also they track you. So why would they want to show ads about this?
Poland, you may respond.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. Technically, those issues are addressed by the resolution itself. So the resolution solves the issue of the tracing, and that will prevent the companies from actually tracing all of that data. And so I don't think that there will be a problem for the social media companies, since the EU will obviously pay the social media companies for being allowed to broadcast their campaigns on their respective platforms.
Thank you. We'll entertain one other question now. Arfed Ireland, you may have the word.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. Isn't subclause 2 an intervention in the subsidiarity of the countries of the EU?
Poland, you may respond.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. I don't think so, because it's only campaigns. So I would see campaigns as more of like leaflets and pamphlets being displayed in those educational institutions. So for example, just like I recently received a pamphlet in my school, for example, that regards the topic of exchange programs, so something similar to that. I hope that cleared everything up.
We'll now move on to the speech against the amendment. Whom from the committee may I ask to come forward and hold their speech? Please raise your hand. Luxembourg it is, I believe. You may hold your speech now.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. Mr. President, Your Excellencies, Member of the Model European Parliament, distinguished guests, and ladies and gentlemen. First of all, thank the dear delegate of Poland for making an amendment and wanting to improve our resolution. But, pardon me, this amendment seems very controversial. We are talking about raising awareness about data privacy regulations of, for example, websites or social media. And now you want to spread those warnings through this criticized service? Our committee wanted to ensure a source which is not influenced by any false information or mix-up and can be trusted, such as schools. Also, if this education is strictly passed through educational institutions, consumers won't listen to internet sources and won't be a victim to possible fake news. We can directly choose whom we are addressing, and the right people will be getting the right information at the right time. I'm sorry, but your amendment weakens our aim. And so I encourage you all, dear delegates of the General Assembly, to vote against this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate of Luxembourg. We'll now move on to the voting procedure of whether this amendment passes or not. I kindly ask President Philipp to access the poll, open up the poll. Thank you. Remember, CPs are not allowed to vote. And if there should be any technical difficulties voting, please speak up now. Or are any difficulties? With 51% in favor and 49% against, this amendment passes. We'll now move on to the open debate. Alfred Sweden, you may have the word.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. I have a question concerning the first OC. Condemns firms to provide an easier way to delete personal data. Why are you seeking to condemn firms from providing an easier way to delete personal data when that goes against your the whole idea of your resolution? Do you not mean condone, perhaps? Thank you. I yield the floor. Back to the presidency.
Whom of the committee may I ask to respond? Liebe Malta, you may have the word.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. The fact of the matter is that as it stands, firms do not provide this, so we are condemning firms in the fact that they don't and wish that they do provide an easier way to delete personal data without actually deleting your own account and not being able to use the service at all. So thank you. I hope that satisfies your question.
Has that answer been sufficient? You may respond.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. No, not necessarily. Could I ask for follow-up?
Yes, you may.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. So is it true that you have misworded the OC? Thank you.
Malta, you may respond.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. No, it is not, in fact, a miswording, but it is condemning firms as it states, but then also stating that we aim to provide an easier way to delete personal data. So as I explained, it's just a fact of matter that this is something that is not possible. Therefore, it is the reason why we are condemning these firms. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any other questions regarding this OC? Italy, Inter, you may have the word.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. I suppose you all know about the fact that when we use online services, if they are free or not, we are exchanging our data with society, which are the so-called gold of the third millennium. And so data are related to the account and so to the possibility of using a service provided by a website. I would like to ask the committee, considering the fact that if society don't have our data, they won't let you use their site. How would you achieve the goal of your OC? Thank you all for your attention and thank you, Mr. President, for the word.
Thank you. Who of the committee may I ask to respond? Liebe UK, you may have the word.
Thank you, Mr. President, for the word. Our aim with this OC was almost a reset button for an account, so you wouldn't lose access to things like direct messages with people that you follow and that you exchange contact with on a regular basis, but things like your posts and any images that you'd signed away rights to would be removed from the website, and any data that they gathered on you, such as your gender, your age, your personal data, will be removed from the company's holding, but you would still be able to use the account as if it had been reset to a new account. Does that answer your question?
You may respond.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. Not at all. Can I ask the committee another question?
Yes, you may have a follow-up, but please remember to address the presidency.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. I would like to ask the committee which would be the benefits for the societies of deleting data of users and allow them to continue using their websites.
UK, you might respond. You may respond.
Thank you for the word, Mr. President. Can Italy please elaborate on the question? I don't think I quite understand.
I'm sorry, I couldn't understand you, UK. Could you please rephrase that? I had slight technical difficulties.
Sorry, I was just asking Italy to please elaborate on the question. I don't think I quite understand.
Oh, I apologize. Thank you. You may respond.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. I would like to ask the committee which would be the benefits for societies to allow people continue using their websites even if they're not having their data. Thank you for the word.
May respond again, UK.
Thank you, Mr. President, for the word. The benefit for the individual would be that their data is removed from being held by the website, so they feel more secure in their online privacy. And then once they have reset this account, the website can begin once again to collect data on the person, with the promise that they could again remove it. Data being collected by websites can lead to things like micro-targeting, which we saw with the Cambridge Analytica scandal. So with the avoidance of things like this, people would feel more secure in their democracy and in their civil liberties. Does that answer your question, Italy?
I believe it does. So I suggest moving on to different IC. Wait. Who haven't we had yet? Ireland, Inter, you may, please. You may
Thank
have
you for the
floor.
floor. Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. I would like to address OC number 7, because you want to create a new EU database in order to store personal data, and you define personal data as information about sex, gender, or the personal address, stuff like that. And could you maybe elaborate why the European Union should provide service for personal data?
First of all, I believe the question seems more like a factual question, but I'll allow it. So at least in parts. So, yes. Liebe Poland, you may have the word.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. Yes, personal data. So I will explain. Every state has the personal data of the members from the state. So your state knows your gender, your sex, etc., etc., and they have to save this data, of course. Nowadays, this data is saved on servers from third parties because there are literally no servers. They're big enough to contain the whole data of the citizens of the states and of the whole EU. So we provide a EU database to save this server, as well as save personal related data like photos from public cameras, so that there's a server that is owned by the EU or not by third parties.
Has your question been answered sufficiently?
Yes, thank you.
Great. So, Austria. You may have
thank you for the word, Mr. President. I wanted to address OC 4, I think it was OC 14, subclause I, or first subclass, which is how are companies supposed to create a different process? Sorry?
It seemed to be a subclause.
Oh, sorry, I need to find it. May I come back to you on this?
Yes, let's move on with a different question. Envy, Bulgaria, you may have the word.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. I would like to turn your attention to clause number 9, authorizing the sunset clause to be put in place, whereby the GDPR is revised every 5 years. My question is, how exactly have you decided to put this exchange with 5 years, and do you think that is enough with our fast developments nowadays? Thank you so much.
Thank you. Who of the committee may I ask to respond? Liebe Italy, you may have the word.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. As we mentioned before, data security is a constantly progressing topic. As the situation changes quickly, this is why we propose to adapt the regulation as the situation is changing. Thank you for the floor, Mr. President.
Has your question been answered?
Thank you for the floor. Not quite exactly. I was asking, according the 5 year, exact period. So could you tell me more facts that this will be a more efficient way? Why shouldn't it be like 2 years and so on? Thank you so much.
Italy, you may respond.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. Apologize because it takes at least 2 years. So for that, we are proposing this because it takes at least 2 years. I hope that I responded to your question. Thank you for the floor.
You may respond again. I believe Bulgaria was.
Thank you for the floor. Yes, it was sufficient. Thank you.
Great. So, may I ask the delegates of Austria FEM to maybe
Yes.
whether they can ask their question out properly?
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. Yes, excuse me for the misunderstanding. I would like to address OC19. And my question would be, how are companies supposed to create a different process of age recognition or assurance? Because the problem is not that there isn't an age limit, but rather that it is very easy to bypass this restriction.
Thank you. Who of the committee may I ask to respond? Liebe Luxembourg, you may have the word.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. As is obviously stated in subclause 2, the parents can, in the settings, allow or not allow the consent for their child up to a certain age. So that is the parents' aim and the parents' deed to do that. So they can, in the settings, they can type like if their child is 5 years old, they can, for example, allow only TV shows that are good for childs that are younger than 5 years old, like obviously stated in the second subclause. Thank you.
Has your question been answered sufficiently?
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. Yes.
Digi Poland.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. I was wondering in OC20 why we wouldn't use the existing tax schemes and why aren't big companies included in it too?
Whoever is sharing the screen, please scroll down. Delegate of Poland, you were talking about OC20, if I heard correctly.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. Yes, I was.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for clarifying. Whom of the committee may I ask to respond to that? Liebe Netherlands, you may have the word.
Thank you for the word, Mr. President. Well, we would include bigger companies to protect smaller companies. We would do that because the high cost of the CDPR compliance is an advantage for large firms, which have larger budget to pay for software upgrades and privacy professionals. As the tax system only becomes effective when a certain yearly income is reached, the small companies with smaller budgets, as they are not selling the data, are benefiting from it. So they can grow, especially because of fundings, as in OC21. I hope I answered your question.
Thank you. Has your question been answered?
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. No, it hasn't. So I was wondering why not include them, bigger companies also in that system, make it less bureaucratic. Generally, I was always also wondering why not use existing ones in order to decrease bureaucracy, because if we now had another one, another tax system would just increase bureaucracy. Second of all, then big companies should also be taxed with the same companies with smaller companies, just at a higher rate. And third of all, yeah, but that basically concludes my point. Thank you.
Thank you. You may respond.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. I don't know if I did understand the delegate of Poland correctly, but it is about the law with 2% of the yearly income. So actually bigger companies would pay more taxes than smaller companies. So we do actually include the bigger companies. So I don't quite understand your question.
You may have one final response, Poland.
Thank you for the floor, and I think I could have perhaps misunderstood that. Yeah, thank you for the floor, Mr. President. I apparently misunderstood a point in there.
No problem. Thank you. May I ask the delegate of the UK, AFET, you may have the floor.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. My question is regarding OC number 11. Could it be clarified how the committee plans to prevent criminals from deleting incriminating data and hiding it from third-party firms such as law enforcement firms? Thank you.
Please scroll up so we can see OC11 properly. Thank you very much. Whom of the committee may I ask to respond? Lieve Ireland, you may have the word.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. Could you ask the delegate of the UK if she's sure that she's referring to OC11 as in OC11, the commercial purposes or the genetic and personal data that is sensitive is talked about, and I don't see what this has to do with deleting any data. Thank you.
You may respond. Is this the correct OC? Is this the OC you're actually talking about, or?
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. On my one, it is. But I mean, it also applies to OC number 7. So, thank you.
You may respond, Ireland.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. I am still not quite sure. So in OC7, we suggest that there's an EU database which would save personal data so that it is stored not on private servers. And are you referring to the EU deleting the data?
You may respond. You get one final.
Thank you for the floor. Yes, so when you say no third parties, does that exclude law enforcement firms? Thank you.
You may respond.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. So when law enforcement needs the data, then there are specific laws for that which they have to follow, and of course these laws would also be accounted in the database. So if a law is applicable, then they could also have the personal data from the EU database. As you know, there have been a lot of discussions lately about whether and how they are allowed to get the personal data. So this would depend on the case and on the law.
Thank you. I believe this OC has been discussed sufficiently. So moving on to the next. Are there any other OCs that the delegates have questions to? Econ France, you may have the word.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. Regarding OC9, what concrete measures do you propose to ensure there is a limitation of any possible loopholes? It is a bit vague. Thank you.
Thank you. Whom of the committee may I ask to respond? Liebe Poland, you may have the word.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President, but I lowered my hand, so.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry. It was a mistake. So who else of the committee? I believe Luxembourg is raising their hand. You may have the word, Luxembourg.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. Well, we are aware of the fact that this is a bit vague, but it is explained in another OC. I cannot know which one because I have a different version, but the one with the task force. Maybe if you scroll down a little bit,
I'm looking on my version, but like.
I suggest that the delegate of Luxembourg opens the, well, I guess the latest version of the resolution. They have been sent into the Teams channels. You'll find them.
I am very sorry, but I have already looked over it, but I cannot find it. I don't know why. I have already asked my fellow delegates to send me another one, but I cannot find it. But in one other OC, there is stated that a task force who will also be regarding the sunset, a law that is every 5 years, will look over companies and also look over the law. And that is how they will find loopholes. And these loopholes, they can correct in the sunset clause that is every 5 years. So it is explained in 3 different OCs, but in fact, it is explained quite clearly. Sorry for the disadvantages with the OC numbers.
No worries. Was that answer sufficient? You may respond.
Thank you for the floor. Yes, it was. Thank you.
Great. Let's move on. Let's move on to a different OC. Called Hungary. You may have the word.
Thank you for the word, Mr. President. The Hungarian delegate has a question or concern regarding OC 15, in which the committee states that they will recommend corporations to explain step by step in user-friendly manner the processing of consumers' data. However, we are all aware of the fact that there are some corporations which use personal data to targeted advertisements and yes, for higher profit, of course. So why would it be their interest to raise awareness among the users or potential users? Thank you for the word.
Thank you. Who may I ask to respond to that? Lieber Malta, you may have the word.
Thanks for the floor, Mr. President. May I ask him to repeat the question because I didn't understand the last few words, but after that I'd be glad to respond.
Of course, may I ask the delegate of Hungary to repeat their question or rephrase it?
Thank you for the word, Mr. President. My question was that why that would be the corporation's interest to raise awareness relating personal data among their users or potential users, because they use personal data for targeted advertisements, and that's why for higher and higher profit.
Thank you. Delegate of Malta, could you understand it this time?
Yes, thank you for the floor, Mr. President. I understood this correctly. So I completely understand that maybe most businesses would not want to do that. However, the European Union looks to safeguard EU citizens and their right to privacy, their right to transparency, their right to know how their data is being used. So even if businesses do not enjoy doing this, it is something which is necessary because we live in a democracy, we live in a Europe which values transparency, and we are doing our utmost with this resolution to protect consumers and all their rights and to make sure that their personal data is not manipulated for the reasons of profit motives by businesses. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Has your question been answered? Hungary, you may respond.
Thank you for the word, Mr. President. I see the point of the committee, however, according to my point of view, yes, it recommends. So this also recommends for corporations that, of course, is not an obligation or something. However, I do not see its efficiency because they are just not interested in doing this. So I feel this OC may be useless or inefficient.
Thank you. Malta, you get one final response regarding this OC.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. I understand how businesses might not enjoy that. However, this clause in itself is not saying that they're not allowed to use data, or they're not allowed to ask for data. It is just saying that if they do want to use the data, that they have to be transparent and they have to be honest with the EU citizens which are concerned. And we are taking the power away from the corporations and giving it back to the consumers, because if we don't implement something similar to this or this in itself, then we are once again leaving our EU citizens in the dark, and we are letting the corporations manipulate their data and breach their rights. So I am no way against using data, because it might be of importance to use for marketing. However, transparency is of the utmost importance, and we have to safeguard our EU citizens and make sure that we decentralize the power and give them back the right of choice and the right to privacy. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Malta. Are there any other questions regarding different OCs that haven't been discussed already? Just a second. There are lots of hands raised, so it takes time to pick the right one. So yeah, you may have the word.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. I was hoping to ask about operative clause number 6. I don't think that a website would be suitable to tackle the problem of misinformation. What can committee say about it? Thank you.
Who may I ask to respond? Leader Sweden, you may have the word.
I just want to specify here that what we're speaking about here is a website that is heavily secured and does not track any activity or save any information, as it is governmental, and its only purpose is to inform. And the law must not be ignored in this case. And also, there can still be other websites that inform about political parties, but we want to give the right to consumers to have a non-biased and non-data processing third-party source of information. Yes, and that there's no risk of the data being spread and sold. I hope that answers your question.
Has your question been answered, so?
No, sadly it doesn't. My question is, I get that you want to find a non-biased, unbothered source of information, but I don't still think that a website is a good solution. How would actually, I mean, how many people will actually look up for these websites? It's a bit irrelevant.
Thank you. Delegate of Sweden, you may respond.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. I don't really understand how it could be unnecessary, since it gives the consumer a possibility to view non-biased information, and governments all have their websites, so it's pretty easy to do this. I hope that answers your question.
Okay, thank you, Sweden. We'll now move on to the speech against the resolution. Whom of the delegates present may I ask to deliver the speech against the resolution? Deve Sweden. Please hold your speech against the
Thank
resolution.
you for the given floor, Mr. President. Distinguished guests, dear delegates, and honorable presidents. Before starting, I would like to express my appreciation for the hard work of the delegates of this committee have put into their resolution. The Committee on Civil Liberties, Justice and Home Affairs, or LIBE, as it is commonly referred to, has as its goal to mitigate the commercialization and the exploitation of personal data. They do this by changing the practice of mass data collection. While doing this, they have a specific mandate to minimize the financial impact on companies and their stakeholders. When calling for a tax system with an admittedly very creative name, Espresso, for the trade of data, based on the yearly income of a company, the committee is actively counterproductive. When calling for a system of taxation for the trade of data, you should base it on the amount of data accumulated. Firstly, if you tax companies based on yearly income, you most likely will not be taxing the companies that collect the most data, as they are not necessarily the companies with the largest profits. Secondly, any taxation system based on the income of a company will tax the companies with the largest incomes the most, meaning that companies that collect a relatively minuscule amount of data could be affected negatively by this operative clause, thus going against the LIBE Committee's own mandate to minimize the financial impact on companies and their stakeholders. In conclusion, this resolution does not apply the committee's mandate and risks hurting companies with low or no involvement in data accumulation. I recommend the General Assembly deny passage of this resolution and yield the floor back to the presidency. Thank you.
Thank you. Whom of the committee may I ask to hold a speech in favor of the resolution? Please raise your hand. I believe it's Liebe Poland. You may have the floor. You may have the word.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. Yes. So, honorable presidents, dear delegates, ladies and gentlemen, and all who identify otherwise. The world is getting smaller. Through the digital resources, we communicate and exchange data with persons which are currently sitting thousands of kilometers away. During the last 3 years, the world was getting so small that nowadays it's literally impossible to escape the look of other people. It doesn't matter if it's via your personal account on Instagram or Facebook, or if it's via the public camera which is accidentally filming us. Our personal data will be collected and saved anyway. This is a serious problem that even at this moment, companies like Amazon and Google probably knew more about us than we do. Because of course, this is more than just useful for companies. The processing and trade of personal data has become one of the biggest worldwide markets now. And now this topic is quite tied to our private data, and this is very emotional. Because if we sell our data, we probably sell ourselves. But I wanted to respond to the speech of my fellow delegate. He was raising a quite good point, but it wasn't even constructive at all, because of course taxes are always based on the income. So you have like a tax who says, okay, like 5%. So if you have a small income with 5%, yeah, you have to pay less taxes than you have a high income. And the second one he was talking about is like that it's not, that it doesn't matter. Is you can say, okay, big companies or companies with a high income aren't the companies who sell the information from their citizens. But actually, please look on the worldwide market. Who are the greatest companies? It's Amazon, it's Google, it's Facebook. So yes, maybe it's not completely died, but yeah, if you look on the worldwide market,
it will only come to an end.
Thank you. It's quite implemented. So in the end, I just wanted to say, who would say that we're wrong when I tell you we should be able to decide who gets our personal data? Who would say that we are wrong when we call upon the companies to make more care about our privacy? And who would say we're wrong when we say that our data should be protected? And so please vote for this resolution, because this is one of the greatest things that we have to protect now. Thank you so much.
Thank you for the speech. We'll now move on to the voting procedure. Remember, CPs aren't supposed to vote, and you can either vote in favor, against, or abstain from the voting. Before showing the results, may I ask the CPs to come forward and present their opinion?
Thank you for your word, Mr. Kind but serious Vice President. Given the fact that the committee presidents are now deeply terrified by being micro-targeted and having their data used by TikTok and Facebook after OC 13 defined the option to buy consent, the committee presidents tender disapproval of this resolution.
Thank you. Now just briefly waiting for results. With 30% in favor and 60% against and 10% abstentions, this resolution has not passed. Clapping is not in order. We will now take a break of an hour. So we'll start again at 14:15 sharp. Please, during the break, turn off your microphone and your videos and be back on time. Thank you. See you guys.
I kindly ask all delegates as well as CPs to turn on their cameras so we can continue the GA. Perfect. We'll continue with the Committee on Environment, Public Health and Food Safety. First of all, I kindly ask all delegates who are part of this committee to raise their virtual hand. Thank you. The host will be adding you to the spotlight. I believe that all delegates have been added to the spotlight and therefore we'll start. The textual changes have been added to the current version of the resolution. Therefore, we'll move on and read out the resolution. I kindly ask the delegate who was the chosen one to present the resolution. Please raise your virtual hand. All other delegates, please lower your virtual hand. Denmark, if recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. The Envy Committee, 1, recommends to compel supermarkets with a certain shop area to donate unsold foods to food pantries and other charitable organizations. 2. Trusts in urban afforestation, such as but not limited to vegetation along urban streets, urban parks, woodlots, abandoned sites, and residential areas. 3. Calls upon cities to establish urban and suburban areas being biologically rich in order for urban foresters and city planners to managing to preserve and promote diversity. Subclause 1 recommends restoring managed and rural habitats instead of remnant habitats. Subclause 2 requests favoring planting the native species, while cultivars and non-native species that are not invasive should also be given due consideration. 4 recommends new legislation on EU restrictions, constructions on farmable soil. 5 proposes to set up reskilling programs for cultivators to provide the employment opportunities in new economic sectors. 6 encourages education of the younger generation and raising awareness about the overconsumption, environmental issues, and food waste EU-wide. Subclause 1 calls for more education about the importance of environmental issues by introducing the discipline of ecological culture from earliest childhood. Subclause 2 calls upon the media to strengthen the public focus on current climate change-related topics. 7 further requests taking into account a farm's negative environmental impact concerning the distribution of direct payments. 8 strongly encourages EU member states to widen the implementations of effective irrigation and fertilizer application systems. 9 encourages monitoring the use of antimicrobials in animal husbandry and recommends every given prescription be closely observed in order to avoid extensive use of prescribed medication or premature abandonment of the prescribed treatment. 10 calls for meat tax to reduce meat consumption and covers environmental damage using the money to Subclause 1, help farmers increase the efficiency, sustainability, and quality of their production. Subclause 2, support farmers in moving their production away from meat. 11 draws attention to the need for building canals that would help fish species bypass dams in order to spawn. 12 endorse investment in the infrastructure to add more water reservoirs and adapt the materials used in urban areas for construction to allow more rainwater to infiltrate the ground and refill the water tables. 13 expresses its hope in rural development measures directed to preservation of habitats and biodiversity. 14 instructs the President to forward the resolution to the European Parliament, the European Commission, and the Council of Ministers. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Denmark. We'll now move on, and I kindly ask the delegate who was chosen to present the opening speech to raise his or her virtual hand. Please raise your virtual hand, delegate.
Thank you for the floor. That's me. Wait a minute.
Well, Germany, you have been recognized then.
Okay, thank you for the floor, Mr. President. Dear Presidency, honorable delegates, member of European Parliament, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I am deeply honored to deliver the opening speech on behalf of the ENVI Committee. The problem we are talking about today is real and it's global. Therefore, it needs to be dealt with multilaterally. And that's what we did. Ladies and gentlemen, agriculture has never been so important to mankind, yet it has never been so much endangered by the dangers it causes itself. With this resolution, we pursue an agriculture that ensures our food supply today, while at the same time it is setting the course for sustainable farming for children tomorrow. Hence, I feel more than privileged to present the cornerstones of our resolution. First of all, we will not let out of sight our rural population, contributing so much for the livability of our diverse landscapes. In fact, we are supporting our farmers actively and financially towards eco-friendly methods, so we will not leave them alone in this crucial process. Moreover, our resolution strengthens biodiversity in all areas. Urban afforestation is key, as well as adapting materials used in urban areas to refill water tables. We want to promote conscious consumption by various measures, allow affordable, high-quality nutrition, but at the same time avoid food waste significantly. I would like to thank all my colleagues and CPs for working so hard together on this pressing issue. Though all of us come from very different backgrounds and geographic conditions, we found common ground after very controversial yet fruitful debates in the committee. I'm passionate to be sharing our resolution with you today, and I'm looking forward to another rewarding debate. On behalf of the ENVI committee, I would like to wholeheartedly ask you to vote in favor of this thorough, ambitious, and balanced resolution. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Germany, for this opening speech. I will now grant the chance to pose factual questions. I may remind the General Assembly that now it's time for factual questions and factual questions only. David Luxembourg, you have been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. Regarding Operative Clause 3, what is meant by biologically rich? Thank you.
Whom of the committee may I ask to answer this question or to clarify? A reminder to the General Assembly, if you're not speaking right now or will be speaking or trying to speak, lower your hand. So I only see delegates of the ENVI committee now raise their hands. Thank you. Austria, you've been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. By that, we mean that the grounds, like the flora and the fauna, are attractive for plants and other biologic microorganisms to, like we want to increase the attractiveness for them to grow there, which is proven by several studies. I hope this answers your question.
Thank you, Austria, for clarifying. Once again, I open the floor for questions, factual questions only. Afet Seda, Lithuania, you have been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. Regarding the OC4, could you kindly define farmable soil? Is it soil that can be used for farming or soil that already has farming on it? Thank you.
Whom of the committee may I ask to respond or to clarify? Once again, please lower your hand if you're not trying to clarify right now, if you're not part of the ENVI committee. Germany, you have been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. Farmable soil means land that can potentially be used for farming.
Thank you for the clarification. More factual questions. FEM Hungary, you have been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. I would like to ask the delegation committee, to define eco-education under OC number 6.
Whom of the committee may I ask to do so? Bulgaria, you have been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. Environmental education is a process that allows individuals to explore environmental issues, engage in problem solving, and take action to improve the environment. The discipline encourages awareness, knowledge, and sensitivity to the environment and the environmental issues we have. I hope that is, well, interesting.
Thank you. I think that suffices. Are there more factual questions? Latvia, you've been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. Concerning OC7, could you please clarify what you mean by the distribution of direct payments?
Whom of the ENVI committee may I ask to respond or clarify? Belgium, you've been recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, for the floor. Distribution of direct payment is a payment farmers receive, and right now it is based on how much area they farm on. So every year, for example, the European Union gives a certain budget to farmers, and so this, I hope this suffices your question. Thank you.
Thank you. I think it did. I will allow one more factual question. Ample Belgium, you have been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. The Belgian delegate would like some clarification on the term ecological culture. What is meant by it? And yes, thank you.
Which OC are you referring to? Is it OC6 subclause 1?
Yes, exactly? Thank you for the floor, Mr. President.
Thank you. Whom of the committee may I ask to clarify on ecological culture? I ask all delegates from the ENVI committee to participate. Austria, you have been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. This concerns everything related to agriculture, but also the basic knowledge on flora and fauna and other topics related to farming. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll now move on to the amendment. I believe that the current host or the president who is sharing the screen, thank you. The amendment was submitted by the DEVE Maltese delegate. It's concerning clause number 10, which currently states calls for meat tax in order to reduce meat consumption and cover its environmental damage. The proposal is to delete the entire clause, having it substituted by the clause which reads as follows: encourages the promotion of organic and sustainable farming and emphasize on a more controlled animal breeding, which would further enhance organic production. I ask the delegate of the DEVE Maltese delegate to the floor to present his amendment speech.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. Dear Presidency, Excellencies, distinguished guests, and fellow delegates. I must firstly congratulate the delegates of the ENVI Committee for creating a well-explained resolution, which will be ultimately beneficial for our environment. The reason for editing the clause 10 is due to the DEVE Committee's ultimate objective, which I am sure that we can find a compromise on. The DEVE Committee is aiming to increase the Western Balkan EU accession, which includes countries such as Serbia, Bosnia, Macedonia, and Kosovo. Such countries have various traditional food that are derived from meat, and I am talking about sarma, cevapi, and the pastramalia. Therefore, tax on meat products would be a setback for EU enlargement. The Western Balkan countries have already come a long way to meet EU requirements, yet alone imposing them to also increase the taxes on meat products as a requirement to join the EU. So to conclude, if we do not take this into consideration, better terms may be proposed by Russia, China, Saudi Arabia, and Turkey to the Western Balkan candidates, which such terms may support their culture. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the speech. I now open the floor for questions directed to the submitter of the amendment. May that be from the committee as well as the General Assembly. Econ Cyprus, you have been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. A question to, of course, the Malta candidate delegates. Do you not realize that many of the delegates who were part of ENVI also come from countries where a lot of meat food is traditional food? For example, just in Austria, schnitzel is, of course, made of meat, and it's a traditional food. So that's not just a West Balkan problem.
I kindly ask the Maltese delegate to respond.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. Yes, I realize, however, what I must emphasize on is that obviously we do not want prices to drop nor raising the prices, as these would be contrariwise to both of our committees. However, we would want the government at least to enforce how much meat is allowed obviously to be produced in order to balance out both the production and the consumption of meat, rather than raising the taxes on such products. Thank you.
Thank you. Cyprus, has your question been answered sufficiently?
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. Yes, it has.
Very good. We'll move on to another question then. ENVI Germany, you have been recognized.
I'm sorry, Mr. President. My question has been clarified already.
All right, then I'll allow other questions. Inter from the Netherlands, you have been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. Although I understand where the member of delegation Malta is coming from, I would like to say that the clause as it states now in the amendment would want to promote the organic and sustainable farming and emphasize on more controlled animal breeding. Does the delegate of Malta understand that this is a very broad thing, and also that companies that are right now in the bio industry might not be open to such change? And even though it is a very good thing to point at, they would oppose. And I think that imposing a tax as well as this would be interesting. However, that OC would be too big. And so I would state that enforcing a height on the price of meat would actually improve, because a lot of people would then get out of consuming
Please
as
phrase the
much
question.
meat. I would ask the delegate of Malta if he had to consider the fact that bio industries might not at all want or be open to this cause.
I kindly ask the delegate of Malta to respond.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. Ultimately, if we take everything into consideration, there are a lot of things that we like and dislike. However, I believe as a democratic person that since we have various opinions, that we would allow the General Assembly to vote whether we should allow the taxes on meat to rise, or else we would substitute with such a clause. Thank you.
Thank you. Delegate of the Netherlands, has your question been answered sufficiently?
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. I would say no. However, I don't, I would say no. My question has not been answered.
I'll allow a short phrased follow-up question.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. I would rephrase my question, I guess, to the delegate of Malta, and I would say, have you taken into consideration that the bio industry would not be open to these reforms, or at least would be very hard to actually enforce these restrictions on the bio industry? And I wonder if you had considered that with this OC.
Thank you. Once again, I ask the Maltese delegate to reply.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. So yeah, it may be hard for such companies to accept. However, I would also ask what would be the reaction of the EU citizens, as well as the reaction of citizens from the Western Balkan regarding the rise of the prices. So therefore, that's why I would take into consideration the democratic action of voting against or in favor on such amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. I hope that the answer was clear enough. There will not be another follow-up question. We'll move on to another question. It's NV Serbia, you have been recognized.
I would like to ask the delegate of Malta.
Excuse me, I'm having difficulties understanding you. Still, there is no sound. We'll therefore move on to another question. The NV delegate of Austria, you have been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. I would like
Excuse
to
me,
ask...
I said NV, not MPOL.
Oh, excuse me.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. I'd kindly ask the delegate from Digi Malta if he has even read the IC, since this is a clause concerning the water problem, and that is like the water that is used for meat industry. And this is highly problematic, since this is also a clause to lower the water demand of the European Union, and this isn't covered anywhere in this amendment.
Please phrase a question.
how would you deal with the problem of the water the meat industry demands in your IC?
Thank you. Kindly ask the delegate of Malta to respond.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. If we are going to take that into consideration, I do not see why the rise of meat tax would have anything to do with the water issue. So my amendment was to go against that particular clause. Thank you.
I will allow a follow-up question, as I think that it has not been answered sufficiently.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. Meat taxation would decrease the consumption of meat, which would also decrease the demand for water, which is one of the main aims in this clause. How do you want to handle this issue with your amendment?
I once again kindly ask the delegate of Malta to respond.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. May I ask again, what is the relation between the high meat tax compared to the water? What is the relation, please?
I'm terribly sorry, but there won't be allowed another follow-up question. Either you answer the question posed by the Austrian delegate, or we'll proceed to the speech against the amendment.
We can proceed to the speech amendment. Thank you.
Then I kindly ask the delegate from the Envy Committee to raise his or her virtual hand. All other delegates, please lower your hands. Only if you will hold the speech against the amendment, your hand should be raised right now. There are still 2 hands raised. Thank you. NB Belgium, you have been recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, for the floor.
Please address the presidency correctly. Thank you for the floor, Mr. President.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. Dear Presidency, honorable delegates, ladies and gentlemen, and those who identify otherwise. I strongly urge you not to vote for this amendment, as it is not specific at all, and I don't think it would solve the problem. The problem is that meat consumption uses too much water, and no one wants to change. You are not going to convince farmers to change from meat production to organic production by just saying, please, we encourage it. That's why we want to do the meat tax. The meat tax would make it economically beneficial for farmers to change from meat production to organic farming. And this would also not have an effect on your culture using meat, because this would not abolish meat production, only reduce meat production. Everyone who wants to eat meat will still be able to eat meat. There will just be less meat on the market, which would be ecologically beneficial. And this would also be economically beneficial for farmers who would then transfer to organic production. Thank you.
Thank you for this speech against the amendment. We'll proceed to the voting. I believe that host Philipp Markopulos will be sharing. You can either vote in favor, against, but you can't abstain. Please vote now. If there are any problems regarding the voting, speak up. We've received the results. With 37% in favor and 63% against, this amendment has not passed. The resolution stands as it was before. We'll now move on to the open debate. I hereby open the floor to questions regarding the whole resolution. Inter Ireland, you have been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. I would like to address OC10 if that's possible, because you just stated yourself that the meat tax isn't going to be abolish selling meat or producing meat. And I just wanted to ask you how you're going to prevent that the meat tax is going to be very socially unjust, because as you proposed it at the moment, the meat tax really only is a restriction for people who are less well off and don't have much money, but richer people are not really influenced by that. So I would like to ask the committee how you want to tackle that problem.
Whom of the committee may I ask to answer the question? All other delegates, please lower your hands if you're not part of the ENVI committee. NB Belgium, you have been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. Well, this tax will not, the farmers will not have to pay this tax. It's the sellers of meat who will have to pay this tax. This will make it less economically viable for farmers to produce meat. And the tax itself will go to farmers and help them transfer. So this will not be bad for smaller farmers or bigger farmers. It will not be economically beneficial for either to produce meat. But of course, there will be some farms who will be able to continue meat production. And that is also what we want. We do not want to abolish meat production. So there will still be a couple of farms who will produce meat because there will still be a small demand. But this will not negatively be only for small farms. This will affect both big and small farms. Thank you.
Thank you. Delegate of Ireland, has this question been answered sufficiently?
Not really, to be honest.
Then I'll allow a shortly phrased follow-up question.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. But the sellers of the meat are obviously going to shift the price to the consumers, and I would like to know how you're going to prevent the sellers to shift the prices socially unjust to the consumers. That was the question.
Delegate of Belgium, please respond.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. Well, we also have other points which will deal with the education of the ecological causes, which will first of all lower demand. After that, the price of meat will go up, which will also make sure that the demand will further go down for meat, which will make it less economically viable for farmers to produce meat. Do you understand that? Thank you for the floor.
Thank you. I sure hope the delegate of Ireland understands, because we'll be moving on to another question regarding OC10 now and OC10 only. David, Latvia, you have been recognized.
Thank you very much for the floor, Mr. President. I'll be very brief. I would like to inform the Committee of Envy how this kind of tax would apply and affect farmers and people. So meat is an inelastic good, which is very important for many people, especially those with lower incomes. Some must make it much more expensive. And such a tax would fall on the consumer. It will be a burden on the consumer as it's an inelastic good. The problem with this is that it'd be very difficult for those in lower incomes to be able to afford such nutrients, and therefore perhaps have problem with nutrition. And additionally, many countries down in the south which do have cultural ties to meat often only have meat farming, right? These farmers will have an alternative. They'll just simply be losing out on the market and losing competition, therefore only harming both lower income and farmers. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Please once again phrase a question at the end.
My question is, do they realize, sorry, thank you for the floor, Mr. President. My question is, do they realize the harm that is being made if we apply meat tax upon lower income consumers who rely on meat for nutrition for certain things, and farmers who are only meat-based? Because land takes much more land, by the way. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you for the question. Whom of the committee may I ask to answer this question? I will say it once more. I see various hands of non-NV delegates with their hands raised. I encourage every delegate of the NV committee to take part in discussion. NV Serbia, you have been recognized.
clause number 5, it's mentioned the reskilling programs are mentioned. So people who previously only relied on producing meat will be able to be reskilled to go to another sector in the agricultural.
Thank you. There has not been a point of privilege, so I assume that the answer was understood. Has your question been answered sufficiently, Latvia?
No, Mr. President.
Then I once again shortly phrased a follow-up question.
The answer doesn't make sense. It doesn't suffice because previously your committee has stated that this will only benefit, and in the end there will be no harsh relocation, and the farmers will be okay with this. But now you're saying that farmers will be relocated and have to change skills, which I do not think farmers will want in the end. So therefore, what do you propose? How do you propose that this will benefit the people? Please, thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Delegate of Serbia, please clarify.
In the future, it will be necessary for some people to move away from the meat industry, especially farmers.
I am afraid we have difficulties understanding you, Delegate of Serbia. Is that just on my part, or does the General Assembly also have no connection? Then I kindly ask another delegate of the NV committee to raise his or her hand to answer the question.
Sorry, I'm interrupting. Serbia, if it's possible, could you switch your speaker to some headphones or something else? It doesn't seem like it's gonna work anytime soon. All right, please resume.
Thank you very much, Vice President Lucian. Once again, I see various hands of non-NV delegates. Their hands raised, please lower them. Germany, you have been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. I would like you to take into consideration that meat is actually not healthy for people. So when we increase the price, will actually be an incentive for people to also nourish themselves even healthier. Plus, that the idea is if the price for the meat increases, that you just think twice about buying this piece of meat and not making it at all affordable for low-income families, for example. So it will still be affordable, but just not as cheap as it is now. So people will actually consume meat more conscious, because it's not just the water demand, it's also the high GHG emissions, for example.
Thank you for the clarification. There won't be a follow-up question, and we'll move on to a different OC. So I ask the General Assembly to pose questions to OCs which are not OC10. Diva, Italy, you have been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. So my question is, how can you provide money to farmers and agricultural entrepreneurs, since they are legally recognized as private companies and not as public companies? And we know that the European Union can give money to private companies. Thank you.
Thank you for your question. Whom of the committee may I ask to answer this question? I ask all delegates of the NV committee to take part in the open debate. NV Bulgaria, you have been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. First of all, in an answer, the European Union does not, well, this is not a question of money. We don't, that's not the question of matter here that we're discussing. So that's the first part that I want to say. I hope that this is clear enough. Thank you.
Thank you. Does the Italian delegate wish to pose a follow-up question?
Yeah, thank you for the floor, Mr. President. The answer was not sufficient, since you provide money directly to farmers and agricultural entrepreneurs as well. But the European Union can't give money to private companies, to private institutions. So how can you provide money, for example, through member countries or maybe something similar? Thank you.
I will ask the Bulgarian delegate to respond.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. Is there any OC that you will adjust, or you ask like for the whole resolution?
Italian delegate, please clarify on which OC your question was, which OC your question is referring to.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. I'm referring to OC number 10, where you clearly say using the money to help farmers to increase the efficiency and so on, and then support farmers.
I am terribly sorry, but I have established that we will move on to different OCs and there won't be questions on OC 10 anymore. So we'll disregard your question, sadly, and we'll move on to other OCs now.
Okay, so may I have to add something?
Sorry, no. I asked the delegate of Inter Sweden to the floor and pose his question.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. I have a question regarding OC number 2. Research shows that the effectiveness of urban afforestation is low, as the conditions of the growing are unbeneficial due to aspects such as, but not limited to, high soil pH, limited space for root growth, and heavy air pollution. What is the point of focusing on small-scale and ineffective urban afforestation when you can use the capital on more efficient planting and growing of trees in rural areas instead?
Thank you for the question. Whom of the committee may I ask to respond? And the Belgium, you have been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. The question is not only how many greenhouse gases or emissions you can solve with the problem. Look, rural areas are already way less affected by GHG gases and other causes of other effects of climate change. First of all, trees in cities do reduce a certain amount of CO2 emissions, and it is also proven to be beneficial for the mental health of citizens in cities as well. So afforestation in cities does have a positive effect and is not money just thrown away. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your clarification. I will allow other questions on OC2 now. David Poland, you have been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. I was wondering if it wouldn't be more beneficial if we would just have parks in urban areas for the mental health of the citizens. And second of all, along urban streets, that would technically mean that some streets had to be more slim so that cars wouldn't have as much space. That would in turn make the streets more cluttered and more dangerous to accidents, and therefore result in death because of this, or at least in severely injured people. Thank you for the floor, Mr. President.
Thank you. Whom of the committee may I ask to answer this question? I encourage all members of the NV committee to take part. Austria, you have been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. So there are several reasons why urban afforestation is really important. First of all, with further urbanization, also afforestation is really important. Scientist McKinney in 2002 suggested that restoring managed and rural habitats be more feasible than in the urban core and highly urbanized sub-area than acquiring the mainland habitat. Also, a lot of variation of plants are found in the urban areas, since as coincidence wants to, cities are built where the environment is biologically rich. There has a lot of research been done also with native species that they actually thrive more in urban areas. And since this is also making those areas more, increasing the quality of living there, this also is beneficial for the health of the people there.
Thank you very much. The floor is now open to questions in regard to all OCs but 2 and 10, so the ones we have discussed before.
I'm sorry to interrupt, Mr. President, but my question has been even touched on my second part.
Then I will allow a shortly phrased follow-up question on the OC2, and then we'll move on.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Do you think that there is an increase in accidents in urban areas resulting of slimmer roads?
I ask the Austrian delegate to directly answer this question.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. There is nowhere in this resolution mentioned that we want to actually thin the roads. It's just suggesting planting, for example, trees next to roads to decrease the carbon emissions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we'll be moving on to questions regarding OCs that weren't touched upon yet. Will be FEM Germany. You have been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. My question is concerning OC8, the use of effective irrigation and fertilizer application systems. I'm concerned that this OC does not take into account the harm that is done by such fertilizer application systems that sometimes, or even most of the times, seem to actually harm the ground that they are sprayed on and the plants residing next to them more than they're helping the plants grow that they're being applied onto. Thank you.
Please phrase the question.
The question is how this would take into account the harm that is done to the soil and whether it is actually effective in promoting the growth of plantation that is set in place.
Whom of the committee may I ask to answer this question posed by Delegate of Germany? Do I have to remind the General Assembly to lower the non-NV delegates' hands? Thank you. NV Bulgaria, you have been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. With these systems in place, we can make sure that the resources are used efficiently and aren't just overused. With the technology we have today, we can access the right amount of water in order to water the crops, and then the meaning of implementation would save the added resources and water and decrease the soil and water pollution through fertilizer. So I think that is that has answered the question. Thank you.
Has the delegate of Germany, has your question been answered sufficiently?
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. I believe this should do.
Thank you very much. Other questions regarding OC8 and OC8 only? Econ Austria, you have been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. I have a question concerning the effective irrigation system. Is the committee aware of the fact that the irrigation system / water consumption for agriculture takes up 44% of the entire water consumption in the EU. How exactly would effective implementation or implementation of more and effective irrigation systems solve that in any way?
Thank you for your question. Whom of the ENVI committee may I ask to answer this question? Denmark, you have been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. This in itself is not meant to cut all of the water the water usage, but it will increase the efficiency of the water being used, so as there is nothing going to waste. That in coalition with the other OCs will then get the water usage to drop. I hope that suffices.
Thank you very much. Does it suffice? Has your question been answered sufficiently, Delegate of Austria?
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. No, not really. And if so, if that what was just said is true, then are there any examples for such an effective irrigation system that you could bring to the table?
I kindly ask the delegate of Denmark to respond.
I don't have the link open at this moment, but if it's really important, I will find one. I think
I'll ask another delegate of the ENVI committee to respond to the delegate of Austria's question. Germany, you've been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. What this is actually about is that instead of doing it manually, we are doing it with effective irrigation systems, and the same actually with the fertilizer, what my fellow delegate from Germany has just asked. Because the problem that we are having right now is that farmers grow crops with the principle better too much than too less. So they'd rather, for example, apply too much fertilizer than too less, or use too much water rather than too less. So implementing these systems that control the water usage, for example, or the fertilizer that is applied, can make sure that only the right amount is used and not just too much. So to directly answer the question, it's about letting it machines or systems do instead of manually doing it.
Thank you for clarifying. We'll now move on to a different OC. Questions on the resolution, besides OCs that have been touched upon. David Luxembourg, you have been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. Regarding operative clause 5, I believe. Yes, exactly. To what extent can the committee ensure that by reskilling cultivators, the traditional farming methods will also be ensured? Apologies. Thank you.
Whom of the committee may I ask to answer the question posed by the Luxembourgish delegate? Belgium, you have been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. If I recall right, you said you wanted to ensure that traditional farming methods were upheld. I think traditional farming methods are the problem because they use more water and fertilizers. We want to move away from traditional and conventional farming towards more organic and sustainable farming. So it's actually exactly the opposite of your question. Thank you.
I will allow a shortly phrased follow-up question by the Luxembourgish delegate.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. Does this mean that the committee is wanting to hint that the European values should be erased by just erasing traditional methods, because that is not possible? Thank you.
Delegate of Belgium, please respond.
No, it's just the wording.
Please address the presidency.
Oh,
I'm sorry to interrupt. I believe the Belgian delegate has muted herself.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. I think it's just the wording you used, because traditional farming is the word we use to describe the fact that the worst farming, so it's not sustainable farming. But no, it won't be. It doesn't mean that the traditional values of the farmers will be lost because of this. So the reskilling program is just to, on one hand, I think we have two reskilling programs in the resolution. On one hand, to take farmers from traditional farming to sustainable farming, and the other one to bring them into other sectors if there would be a job loss. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Due to the lack of time, this concludes our open debate, and I now ask who would present a speech against the resolution. Droit Malta, you have been recognized. Please deliver a speech against the resolution.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President, Maltese delegates from the Joy Committee, Honourable Presidency, dear chairs, fellow delegates, and distinguished guests. On behalf of the Maltese delegation, I come here before you with deep regret that the ENVI Committee's resolution failed to grasp and resolve the underlying matter of the growing loss of biodiversity and the scarcity of water supplies. Firstly, let's take a look at the following operative clauses, which are number 3, 5, and 12. Clause number 3 states the following: calls upon cities to establish urban and suburban areas being biologically rich, and further recommends restoring managed and rural habitats. I would like to address the ENVI Committee and ask them if they have ever heard of the Habitat Action Plan 6210, Environment and Resources Authority EU Habitat Action Plan. This Habitat Action Plan aims to drive forward the restoration of key habitats and species across the EU, meaning that whatever was suggested in clause number 3 is already implemented within the EU. Moving on to the next clause, number 5, which states proposes to set up reskilling programs for cultivators to provide employment opportunities in new economic sectors. These programs tend to be driven by employment demand and often by the implementation of environmental legislation that requires sectors to train their staff to meet new and stricter regulation. The actual content of training and programs varies across the industries and is often tailored to specific companies' needs. Therefore, an overall policy lacks specificity and does not offer practical solutions to such impeding problems. And yet again, this problem is already implemented within the EU, which is the Common Agricultural Policy, also known as the CAP. And the CAP has 3 clear environmental goals, which are all echoed by the European Green Deal and the Farm to Fork strategy, including tackling climate change, protecting natural resources, and enhancing biodiversity.
Please conclude.
This resolution is so flawed that the time allocated does not permit me to elaborate further, so I'll conclude by saying that Malta congratulates you on your ideas. However, it's very upset that the committee lacked in doing simple and essential research in regards to this subject, which can be easily done with a quick Google search. The aim here is to provide a fresh perspective on these matters and formulate a resolution, and not to mention already implemented projects which have been implemented both in the EU and the United Nations. And this plainly exhibits negligence within this resolution and is the reason why I encourage the rest of the delegates to vote against. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Delegate of Malta. Whom of the committee may I ask to hold a speech in favor of the resolution? Austria, you have been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. Honourable Presidency, distinguished guests, fellow delegates, ladies and gentlemen, and those who identify otherwise. Firstly, I want to thank my committee and the committee presidency for the productive work and the pleasure I had sharing this experience with them. As my honourable fellow delegates have already mentioned, the resolution is a crucial step in order to achieve the goal of satisfying the increasing global food demand. Simultaneously, we must keep an eye on the impact on biodiversity and water supplies while facing our biggest challenge, climate change, which causes major losses in the food production. We are experiencing on a daily basis in businesses how challenging it is to decarbonize a global economy when we don't know how to grow without carbon. Expanding agricultural productivity while being sustainable is certainly not an easy goal to achieve, but one we must. The EU is importing about 38% of water and therefore being highly dependent on the external water providers for farming, meat consumption being a main cause for this situation. Aiming at lowering meat consumption is not only beneficial for the environment, with an estimated decrease in emission by 120 million tons a year, but the changes would also raise 32 billion euros a year for the EU member states, which is also resulting in better payment for farmers. As proposed in OC10, calling for change, and some of you might not be comfortable with it, but when has change ever been easy or comfortable? We've spent a lot of time on this resolution, so I'd just like to address the point of the delegate from Malta with quoting another scientist. Unfortunately, I can't cover all of her points, but Gottfried and Kodeman in 2003 studied this spatial version of plant assemblages in the Riemann-Zonen forest, which is particularly situated within the administrative limits of the Brussels capital region, Belgium. As expected, forest stands that were closer to the urban areas supported more pioneer and exotic species than the forest interior. This phenomenon has been observed in all over the world, for example, in Australian regions as well. But I'd like to shift your attention to another topic and like to borrow your imagination once again. Imagine living a different life for a couple of seconds. Imagine not worrying about grades, but rather if you and your siblings are having dinner tonight. And I'm not talking about your family here, about your family
come to an end.
here. I'm talking about the smell and the taste of your tongue, the feeling and sliding down your throat, experiencing the weight on your stomach since you haven't felt it in 3 or maybe 4 days and you can't really remember. Imagine going to bed not knowing if you're going to wake up the next day to find food on your table. Imagine seeing your mother break down of exhaustion after coming home from working 2 jobs to feed you and your siblings because if she didn't, you would be starving. The difference between you and me in this scenario is that we are privileged to learn about fates like this and not have to experience it, unlike 33 million people, while 20% of the food production is falling to waste in the European Union. We cannot be cynical. We cannot be critical. We cannot abandon our responsibilities here. We are in need of improving and filling this void. And now is the time to act and give our system more validity now and for the generations to come. Being considered as one of the biggest and most impactful opportunities that mankind has ever faced, it's steadily getting more obvious that the cost of inaction is actually higher of the cost of action. It is our duty
Once
to do
again,
everything.
please conclude.
To do everything in order to people seeing food as a part of the everyday life and not being the reason for them to lie awake at night worrying about tomorrow. Therefore, I encourage you to vote in favor of this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this passionate speech. We'll now move to the voting procedure. I believe that President Philipp Markopulos will create the voting poll. Thank you. You can either vote in favor, against, or abstain when voting on the resolution. In the meantime, I ask CP Jesse for the CP votes.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. Given Haley's attempts to influence this vote, followed by half an hour of discussion about meat, which amended the fact that cows drink water, this committee has the disapproval of the CPs.
Thank you very much for the CP's votes. With 30% against in favor, 64% against, and 6% abstentions, and the disapproval of the CPs, this resolution does not pass. Clapping is not in order. This concludes the Envy Committee, and I'll hand over to the President who will chair the next committee.
Thank you very much, Julius. Our last committee for today is going to be the DEVE Committee, and I would kindly ask all the delegates from the DEVE Committee to raise their virtual hands in order to be pinned in Zoom.
Apologies, Your Presidency, but may I have a quick minute because I'm having a harsher and harsher nosebleed.
Of course, maybe you should go get a tissue and stop that nosebleed of yours.
Thank you, Presidency. That's a great idea.
While you do that, I'm going to ask the delegate from the DEWE committee to raise their hand, who is going to read out the resolution. Luxembourg, you've been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. Would you be able to scroll down to the operative clauses, please? Thank you very much. The Development Committee 1 recommends the European Commission to grant the High Representative power to consider investments possibly endangering national security of the Western Balkans and the European Union and advise national institutions of the Western Balkans by I. Promoting democracy with an emphasis on the rule of law. II. Ensuring the respect of fundamental rights from such as, but not limited to, Article 23 by designating a specific commission further encouraging integration. III. Encouraging fairness through an independent and efficient judicial system. 2. Encourages further funding for candidate member states demonstrating active engagement in fulfilling the criteria of the Copenhagen Agreement and the following by I. Taking note of Chapter 24, Justice, Freedom and Security during the accession process. II. Taking note of the second article of the Treaty of Lisbon during the accession process. III. Considering the upkeep of judicial cooperation in criminal and civil matters. 3. Expresses its hope for the expansion of the European Anti-Fraud Office targeting issues such as, but not limited to, I. Countering corruption among institutions and administrations of candidate countries. II. Establishing a concrete track record in tackling money laundering for candidate countries. 4. Draws the attention upon 2. The importance of promotional campaigns to increase the community awareness about the importance of the Green Agenda and its benefits. 5. Calls upon the EU to create an educational program between the EU and Balkan states' educational systems for the purpose of making the Balkan citizens more environmentally conscious. 6. Consider subsidies for companies in Balkan states that reach the outlined objectives of the Green Agenda. Would the President be able to scroll down further, please? Thank you very much. 7. Recommends the Western Balkan national banking systems to follow the Basel III framework in order to be more transparent and follow better practices. 8. Urges the EU to eliminate barriers regarding goods, services, capital and labor, similar to the Schengen Agreement, to assist both EU and Western Balkans SMEs. 9. Designates a detailed plan of workshops devoted to Western Balkans' entrepreneurs, provided digitally as video conferences or pre-recorded seminars, with the aid of EU's experts in those sectors. 10. Urges the EU to create a common commerce and infrastructure policy that is going to fully integrate the Western Balkan countries. 11. Calls upon the EU to foster reconciliation negotiations between Western Balkan countries and their respective religious and ethnic groups. 12. Calls upon the EU to encourage the Western Balkan countries to end discrimination against minorities and women. 13. Urges the Serbian and Kosovo governments to resolve their disputes with the assistance of the European Court of Justice. 14. Calls upon the EU to employ government spending with a focus on infrastructure spending. 15. Endorses the Commission's ideas to complete more itemized law and order appraisals, even before accession with countries which already started negotiations. 16. Instructs the President to forward the resolution to the European Parliament, the European Commission, and the Council of Ministers. Thank you.
Sorry to interrupt, Mr. President, but I think I have not yet been pinned despite being member of the DV committee.
Yes, that's because of the fact there's only 9 spots in being.
Oh,
there's more members of the committee. Thank you for the reminder, though. Now we will move on to the opening speech. Could the delegate who delivers the speech please come forward? Netherlands, you're recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. Dear Honorable Presidency, distinguished guests, fellow delegates, a bigger and better European Union. That is what the Committee on Development has tried to achieve over the past few days. With our resolution, we have made the EU accession for the Western Balkans more accessible. Not only the Western Balkans, but also already established EU members, such as the majority of the delegates here, will reap the benefits of this expansion. Let me explain. Safety and stability in EU neighboring countries is of utmost importance to safety and stability in the Union itself. In addition to that, Our resolution gives member states the ability to expand companies to the Western Balkans in an easier manner by enforcing a Schengen-like agreement between the EU and candidate member states from the Western Balkans. But not most importantly, it invites and makes it easier for the Western Balkans to share the key values of the European Union of human dignity, the rule of law, democracy, freedom, equality, and human rights. Voting in favor of our resolution is voting for a bright future for our union. The Committee on Development is looking forward to answering all your pressing questions and a fruitful debate. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. We will now move on to the factual questions. Please raise your hands now if you have factual questions to the committee. The Swedish delegate from the DROI committee, you're recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. I wonder if the committee could give an example. In OC 12, you say encourage. Wait, sorry, I just need to encourage the Western Balkans to end discrimination. Could you give an example of what this encourage could be? Thank you.
Delegate from the committee can answer this question. Please raise your hands now. Latvia, you're recognized.
Thank you for Mr. President. It will be just general, like the same how a country can condemn other countries through like EU meetings and so on. We're doing the same thing. Basically, praise them, for example, good job on doing this. Or for example, there are surveys that are done in these countries to check how they're doing index-wise on how humane they are. And if they're doing well, we'll be basically congratulating them in EU meetings and such. With that, hopefully answers your question. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. Are there other factual questions? The Belgian delegate from the Cult Committee has been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. The Belgian delegate's questions has a question regarding OC8, what the acronym SME stands for. Thank you.
Poland, you're recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. And the acronym stands for Small Medium Enterprises.
Thank you very much. Other questions from the General Assembly? Ireland from the committee AFET/SEDE, you're recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. I would like to ask in OC5 what the educational program could look like. Thank you.
Who from the committee can answer this question? Malta, you're recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. So basically, we were more like emphasizing on introducing programs like conferences. In this case, due to the COVID situation, it would be online conferences, webinars, etc. I hope this answers your question.
Thank you very much. The next factual question will from the Bulgarian delegate from the EMPL committee.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. My question is directed to OC number 4. May I ask the committee to clarify what is meant by promotional campaigns and what would such campaigns look like and how would they work successfully for the citizens? Thank you.
The question of what those campaigns would look like. Who of the committee can answer this question? Ireland, you've been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. And so promotional campaigns, they can be online, so for example, on websites or in social media, but we're also talking about billboards. So that's what meant by promotional campaign. Thank you. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you very much. The next question will be from the German delegate in the Cult Committee.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. Regarding OC9, could you specify or explain this detailed plan of the workshops?
From the committee, who can answer this question? Poland, you may have the word.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. May I ask the German delegate to specify his question? Does he mean what would be subject to those workshops, or what does he mean with that? Thank you.
Germany, you're recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. Could you just explain, I don't know, you said you want a detailed plan of workshops. to devote these Western Balkans entrepreneurs? And I don't know if you could just summarize what you want to do in these workshops and what content you want to promote and educate.
Poland, you recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. I just think that the committee meant it's a general plan of entrepreneurial knowledge, like how to run a business successfully, management skills, supply chain management, things like that, communication skills with employees, general things concerning businesses, day-to-day business and life as an entrepreneur. Thank you.
Okay,
that answers your question.
Thank you very much. The Latvian delegate from the DROI committee, please ask your question.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. Concerning OC13, could you please clarify what disputes we are talking about here? Thank you.
From the committee, Slovakia, you're recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. Obviously, with this dispute, we are
correctly.
Thank you for the word, Mr. President. Obviously, with our dispute, we mean the dispute mainly over the status of Kosovo as an independent country, but we also mean dispute regarding Serbs in Kosovo and Albanians in Serbia as the borders are set now. So hope that answers your question.
Thank you very much. The next factual question will come from the Belgian delegate from the EMPL committee.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. The Belgian delegate would like some clarification on what the Treaty of Lisbon is about. Thank you very much.
Which OC are you referring to?
OC2, subclause 2.
From the committee, UK, you're recognized.
The Treaty of Lisbon is the constitutional basis of the European Union. I believe it was decided in 2007 and put in place in 2009.
Thank you very much. Further factual questions from the Bulgarian delegate from the Econ committee, you're recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. Concerning OC1 subclause 1, in what way are you going to promote democracy and on what rule of law are you going to emphasize? Because last time I remember the Western Balkans are not the bastion of democracy. Thank you for the floor.
From the Digi committee, Netherlands, you're recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. We would promote democracy by giving subsidies or financial help to the Western Balkans that are making progress on democracy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have time for one last factual question from the Spanish delegate from the Zeta committee.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. Regarding the subclause 2 from OC1, could you please specify what the Article 23 is about? Thank you.
Thank you very much. From the committee, Luxembourg, you're recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. This refers to Chapter 23, which is the judiciary and fundamental rights, ensuring that EU policies in this area are aimed to maintain and further develop the Union as an area of freedom, security, and justice. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This concludes the factual questions, and we will move on to the amendment. Could the amendment please be shown to the General Assembly? It has been handed in by a member of the Maltese delegation, one that is part of the Inter committee. But we will wait until the amendment can be seen.
Proceed with the reading of the amendment itself. It will be shown meanwhile.
Okay, the amendment is a proposal to substitute clause 7 by a new clause which reads as follows: urges the EU to eliminate barriers regarding goods, services, capital, and labor, similar to the Schengen Agreement, to assist both EU and Western Balkan SMEs. Subclause 1, these economic agreements shall follow progress of the nations in question to comply with the terms of the Copenhagen Agreement.
Mr. President, if I may, because of the textual changes, this would now apply to OC8.
Okay, thank you very much. Please proceed and present your amendment.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. So, as always, I would like to thank, really sincerely thank the members of this entire committee for their hard work in trying to bring about the integration of the Western Balkan nations into the EU. As upon looking upon the resolution, I have found many strong points within the resolution as a whole, and I can truly say that they are coming from a place of completely noble interests at heart. However, I see a small issue with the OC8, as it is trying to add economic incentive in many ways to these Western Balkan countries. And however, it does not bind the Western Balkan countries in any legal sense to the EU. As I discussed with the Right Honourable Delegate from Poland on the DEVA committee, he very helpfully pointed out the true aims of this operative clause, and we rather came to the agreement that there should be a bit more legal binding to the Western Balkan countries if they were to achieve these new economic agreements, so that they would not only be economically integrated with the EU, but also in the style of government that they use and their legal systems, therefore making EU integration far more wholesale and not just a simple economic deal. I sincerely hope you can all come to an agreement on voting this amendment, and I again must praise the DEVA committee's willingness to go for collective EU growth over national interests. I yield my time to the presidency.
Thank you very much for this presentation, and we will proceed with questions from the General Assembly to the delegate from Malta. Please raise your hand if you have a question. There do not seem to be any questions at all. Then we will proceed with the speech against. No, there is a, or is this the speech against the amendment? Then please go ahead. You recognized Poland, I believe it was.
Thank you for the floor, but I think there has been a question now from the Italian delegate from Liva.
Then we will hear that question. Liva, Italy, you're recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. It was actually the speech, the against speech. It wasn't a question.
Okay, thank you very much. Then Poland, you're recognized.
Thank you very much for the floor, Mr. President. Fellow delegates, honorable presidency, distinguished guests, other people watching. First of all, I want to thank the Maltese delegate for those exceptionally nice words. I was flattered, to be honest. And we're very thankful as a committee that he was nice enough and so hardworking that he was able to substitute a clause that we as a committee think is a good clause with such an exceptionally amendment. We therefore absolutely encourage the General Assembly to vote in favor of this amendment, because the committee believes that such an that tying those to the fulfillment of the Copenhagen Agreement is a very good step forward and will only lead to the better integration of the Western Balkans into the EU. So I just want to thank him another time once again for this incredible amendment. Thank you for your attention. I will yield my time back to the presidency.
Thank you very much. Then we will proceed with a vote on this amendment. Please vote in favor or against it right now. Once all of the delegates have given their vote, maybe we can see the final result.
Were there any technical difficulties or problems regarding the poll? Otherwise, I will share the result with you right now.
With 80% of the votes in favor and 20% against, this amendment is passed and will put into the resolution. Now for the open debate, I will give the floor to President Philipp Markopulos.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions concerning the resolution of David? If so, please raise your hand right now. Malta from AFET, you've been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. So I have a question regarding OC number 5. What will be done exactly, since this suggestion gives the impression that the Balkans are not respectful towards the environment, whilst BANA, which is the Balkan Environmental Association, is one of the already set up associations to this effect? Thank you.
Thank you, Malta. Whom from the committee may I ask to respond to this question? Netherlands, you've been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. We are not judging the Western Balkan climate action. We just want to furtherly support it and make them more environmentally conscious to support the European Green Deal and also the Paris Agreement. Thank you.
Thank you, Netherlands. Malta, has your question been answered?
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. Although it wasn't answered exactly what will be done for this suggestion, I believe there is no reasonable answer.
Thank you. Are there any other questions regarding OC5 and OC5 only? If so, please raise your hand. Serbia from Econ, you've been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. I was wondering how would educational programs tackle the problem of one of the biggest air pollution, if not the biggest. Well, if I'm looking into the region, yeah, definitely the biggest air pollution in Europe. I think that it's not that strong of methods to tackle that problem. So, what's your opinion on this?
Thank you, Serbia. Whom from the committee may I ask to respond to this question? Latvia, you've been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. The way in which we wish to tackle this is we have other methods that we brought up before to encourage them becoming more environmentally friendly, but this for a much more effective plan. As we know in the past that education is a way to instill these kind of ideals into the youth to therefore pass on for a longer generation, right? In economics, this is called supply side policy. That's the whole idea. So with OC5, we basically just plan for the youth who will in part become the grown adult citizens of this country to be more environmentally friendly, therefore making the country less of a polluter. I hope that answers your question. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Latvia. Serbia, has your question been answered?
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. Yes, it has been, although I don't agree with the answer, but thank you.
Okay, thank you, Serbia. Are there any other questions regarding OC5 and OC5 only? Luxembourg, you've been recognized.
I wanted to ask how exactly you want to set up an educational program between the EU and the Balkan states' educational system, because I know that the EU doesn't have any influence on the educational system of their own member states. So how could they have any influence on the Balkan educational system?
Thank you, Luxembourg. Whom from the committee may I ask to respond to this question? Italy, you've been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. And I would like to say that the European Union provides already many existing platforms about education. So for example, we can provide digital seminars and maybe video conferences. And this is our educational program that could tackle the problem of environment. And also there's an already existing fund that is Economic and Investment Plan, the so-called EIP, and also the Technical Assistance Information Exchange for the Environmental Implementation Review, the so-called TAIEX-EIR, that provides also funding for educational programs about environment. Thank you.
And thank you, Italy. Was this answer sufficient?
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. Yes, it was.
Thank you. I will allow one last question regarding OC5 and OC5 only. Ireland from Troy, you've been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. I was wondering if you really think it is in the interest of the Balkans to be taught about environmental consciousness by the EU. So what made you thought they want to be taught by us?
Thank you, Ireland. Whom from the committee may I ask to respond to this question? Ireland, you've been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. So the Western Balkans want to be taught by the EU because they first of all want to enter the European Union. And they also want to meet the criteria of the European Union, and with the Green Agenda, which we want to make them, which is about making them more environmentally conscious also, they can achieve those criteria. So therefore, they want to be taught by the EU. Yeah, I hope that answers your question. Thank you.
Thank you. Ireland, was this answer sufficient?
Thank you for the floor. Yes, it was okay.
Thank you very much. We will now move on to another OC. Are there any questions regarding the resolution of DEWE from the GA? Germany from FEM, you've been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. My question concerns, I believe, OC 13, that deals with the resolution of the dispute between Serbia and the Kosovo. I wanted to ask how exactly you plan on achieving this resolution, since this is a little general and vague, a little like saying the Palestinian-Israeli conflict is supposed to be solved in the international code. I don't believe that works that simply. Thank you.
Whom from the committee may I ask to respond to this question? Poland, you've been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. First of all, we intentionally formulated it vaguely. We wanted that the Kosovo and Serbian government resolve the dispute on their own. In the past years, we have seen that those two governments have established diplomatic relationships for the first time. And second of all, in the OC, there's the European Court of Justice that will decide that will help mediating in that conflict and eventually come to a decision if Kosovo is a province of Serbia or Kosovo is a sovereign state. I hope this answer satisfies you.
Thank you very much, Poland. Germany, has your question been answered?
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. I believe partly so. However, it would maybe take too much time to elaborate on this further, so I'll be satisfied with that question. That answer. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions regarding OC 13 and OC 13 only? If so, please raise your hand now. Bulgaria from FEM, you've been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. Fully agreeing with what the German delegate said, I also wanted to ask another question, whether there will be a meeting just between the two parties that have a problem, or whether other European countries are also going to participate in that debate. Thank you for the given word.
Thank you. Whom from the committee may I ask to respond to this question? Slovakia, you've been recognized.
Thank you for the word, Mr. President. Obviously, we encourage a one-to-one conversation. It is obviously a priority for them to solve it in their own terms. However, we also wanted to mention the European Court of Justice, since it already has experience in resolving Balkan conflicts, such as border conflicts between Slovenia and Croatia, and it also will have a fair balance between judges from 4 Kosovo and anti-Kosovo countries. That's why we find it as a sort of a last possible solution. But we also obviously encourage one-on-one debate, since those are the ones that promoted the opening of diplomatic relations recently, as Poland has already mentioned.
Thank you very much, Slovakia. Bulgaria, was this answer sufficient?
Yes, thank you for the given floor. Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. I guess that it will do. However, I think that this is really vague and really general.
Okay. Are there any other questions regarding OC13? So OC13 only. Germany from Envy, you've been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. I'm so sorry that this happened twice today. My hand was still up, even though my answer has been put.
No problem. Are there any other questions regarding OC13? Otherwise, we'll move on to another OC. Italy from Inter, you've been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. Talking about the OG number 13, the role of the European Court of Justice is to ensure that EU law is interpreted and applied in the same in every EU country, ensuring countries and EU institutions abide the EU law. So my question is, how could countries not in the EU benefit of this European organism?
Thank you very much. Whom from the committee may I ask to respond? Latvia, you've been recognized.
Thank you very much for the floor, Mr. President. The European Court of Justice has been known to meddle and take part in issues that were outside of the European Union. It is not only for internal matters, it's also used for external matters, many situations. If the delegate wishes, I can list up a couple of examples that are necessary. I hope that answers the question. Thank you for the floor, Mr. President.
Thank you, Latvia. Italy, was this answer sufficient?
Not at all, but...
You may phrase a follow-up question.
Okay, thank you for the floor, Mr. President. So the question is, you vote to reform the treaty, which is at the base of the foundation of this organization, or maybe there are other organizations in Europe which could provide this problem? Thank you for the word.
Whom from the committee may I ask to respond? Slovakia, you've been recognized.
So thank you for the floor, Mr. President. So once again, it isn't breaking any new boundaries, since it has already been meddling in disputes outside of its borders. It has been meddling with Slovakia, Hungarian disputes before their accession in 2004, and obviously, as was already stated, with Slovenian and Croatian disputes before Croatia entered the Union. And in addition, Serbia and Kosovo are both desiring to be candidate countries. They both want to be. They are in the process of joining the European Union. So the court is obviously not overstepping its boundary. It has done it multiple times in the past.
Thank you very much, Slovakia. We will allow one last question regarding OC13. Are there any other questions regarding OC13 from the GA? Hungary from Cold, you can recognize.
Thank you for the word, Mr. President. My question is regarding this OC. So does not the committee think that there is a need for the inclusion to this dispute other European countries, especially those ones who do not agree with the recognition of Kosovo? Because according to Hungary, if Kosovo and Serbia will become the member states of the European Union without even some member countries recognition, then it can cause serious tensions in between the Union, which is maybe similar to Yugoslavia, which we of course do not want.
Thank you. Who from the committee may I ask to respond? Malta, you can recognize.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. Ultimately, we need to look for a better future. We cannot just keep repeating the same history that has that was included within these two countries. So ultimately, it is better that only these two countries would try and resolve their disputes between themselves. We need to keep in mind that the future of Europe depends on such circumstances. Therefore, I personally recommend that they try and resolve their disputes on their own, and other member states would not be involved. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. We will now move on to another OC. Are there any other questions regarding the resolution of DEWE from the General Assembly? Belgium from Cold, you can recognize.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. Belgium has a question regarding OC12, where the committee mentions to encourage to end the discrimination, but how do you want to achieve or encourage this? Because it's obviously we need to reduce the discrimination, but how do you see this? Thank you.
Thank you, Belgium. Whom from the committee may I ask to respond to this question? Ireland, you can recognize.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. We are trying to encourage them by making them talk with representatives of the minorities and the Western Balkan countries. So that's how we're trying to encourage talks and the disposal of the disputes between these minorities and the Western Balkans. I hope this answers your question.
Thank you, Ireland. Belgium, I believe, has your question been answered?
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. Yes, it has. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any other questions regarding OC12 and OC12 only? Luxembourg from Libe, you can recognize.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President, but I have forgotten to take my hand down. I wanted to ask a question about OC12 before, but the other delegate has already asked this question, so I apologize.
No problem. Are there any other questions regarding OC12 and OC12 only? Serbia from Ample, you can recognize.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. The delegate of Serbia would like to ask the Committee on Development, why are they so focused on the European Commission, like their commission which is written, and not the facts?
Sorry, Latvia, you can recognize.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. If I correctly understand you, you are asking how the European Commission is involved with this. Okay, I asked what POI in the chat, so I just first would like to ask the delegate to rephrase the question again. Apologies.
Of course, may I ask the delegate from Serbia to rephrase?
Yes, of course, I got a mistake. So I would like to ask the Committee of Development to elaborate why they were so focused on the European Commission report and not the most important facts. Thank you.
Italy, you can recognize.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. And the operative clause number 12 does not talk about European Commission reports, but only we encourage Western Balkan countries to end discrimination against minorities and women as well. So can I ask you, the delegate, to be more specific on this point, please?
Of course.
Serbia, if your question is not regarding OC12, you may ask a question later on. Are there any other questions regarding OC12 right now and OC12 only? Serbia from Envy, you can recognize.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. I would like to ask the committee to explain the situation of discrimination in the Western Balkan, because I don't know what they mean by that fully. They didn't explain it.
I'm sorry, I believe that you might have technical difficulties regarding your audio.
Okay.
Could you please try to repeat your question?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
You can?
Yes, could you please
Okay.
repeat your question now? Serbia? Could you please repeat your question right now? We couldn't hear you last time.
Presidency, we heard the question and we can reiterate it if you wish. At least I heard it.
Okay, if that's the case, Latvia, you can recognize.
To reiterate the question, if I remember correctly, you asked how is it that we know that these issues are occurring and how we wish to, something around the idea of how we were able to recognize these issues, some along those lines, because we never brought up an example of that. Is that correct? Thank you, Mr. President.
Serbia, could you please rephrase your question? I think they're still unclear.
Sorry for interrupting, Mr. President. Wouldn't it be better if you just typed it in the chat?
Yes, it's possible.
Would it be possible if in the meanwhile, Your Presidency, if we could answer another question?
Of course. Are there any other questions regarding OC12 and OC12 only? Ireland from Troy, you can recognize.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President, because I would like to ask the committee if you think that encouraging would be enough in this case, because we're talking about such an important topic, and as you said earlier on, the Balkans want to enter the EU, and don't you think it's time for taking action on really ending the discrimination and discrimination against women and minorities?
Thank you, Ireland. Poland, you can recognize.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. The committee believes that we should not directly interfere with the treatment of minorities in specific countries, because that would violate the sovereignty of those countries. Thank you for the floor, Mr. President.
Thank you. Ireland, has your question been answered?
Yes, partly, but because you said that they wanted to enter, sorry, thank you for the floor, Mr. President, I'm sorry. Because you said that they wanted to enter the EU, so isn't that our problem as well?
Luxembourg, you've been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. This is why in our other clauses we are referring to the fact, such as in operative clause 1, that all of the Western Balkan states wishing to enter the EU should also take action, and they are taking action. So this clause is just referring to our encouragement to further get those countries into the European Union. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Serbia, I believe that your question is rather a factual question, so we will move on now. Are there any other questions regarding the resolution of DEWE? Belgium from Envy, you've been recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, for floor, but my hand was raised incorrectly. I'm sorry.
No problem. Poland from Liebe, you've been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. Yes, I have a question regarding OC2, I think. Yes, you say taking note of the second article of the Treaty of Lisbon. As far as I know, it's they have to admit to the second article. At least they have to admit to the whole Treaty of Lisbon if they wanted to if they wanted to enter the EU. So why do you point out this second article of the Treaty of Lisbon if it's already the cause that they have to admit to this? Know what I mean?
Thank you, Poland. Whom from the committee may I ask to respond to this question? United Kingdom, you've been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. We brought it up just to bring attention to and specific focus as it is relevant to the OC. I hope that answers the question.
Thank you very much. We now have time for one last open debate question. Are there any questions regarding the resolution of DEWE? Poland from Inter, you've been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. I have a question regarding OC6 about the subsidies for companies in Balkan states. Does that also include Balkan states that have not yet become members of the EU or are not candidate states?
Thank you, Poland. Thank you, Poland. Whom from the committee may I ask to respond? Netherlands, you've been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. By Balkan states, we mean here candidates or potential candidate states for the EU. Is that a sufficient answer?
Thank you very much, Netherlands. We will now move on to the speech against. Since the open debate has ended, who may I ask to deliver a speech against the resolution of DEWE? Sweden from Liebe, you've been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. Mr. President, Excellencies, members of the Model European Parliament, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and those who identify it as otherwise. The Committee of Libe would like to bring the whole Assembly's attention to the entire resolution proposed by the DV Committee. We are aware that the topic our fellow delegates had to deal with is clearly complex, and they have shown dedication to attempting to solve these issues at hand. However, we cannot avoid stating that the proposed solutions are devoid of effectiveness and concreteness. All the resolution proposes are utopical ideas that cannot be set through. We chose to focus on one important and problematic OC to showcase. Think about OC 12. Calls upon the EU to encourage the Western Balkan countries to end discrimination against minorities and women. Sadly, simply encouraging people is not quite enough to challenge the oppression of women and minorities. That would have been a little bit too nice. The whole resolution is based on the fantasy that the Balkans would listen to our advice and implement it immediately. Another substantial issue that is being neglected is that currently thousands of refugees are suffering in overcrowded camps at the borders between the EU and third-party states, including but not limited to the Balkans. So we think that this pressing issue must be solved before one could even think about integrating these states, because the EU stands for upholding democracy along with integral freedoms and human rights of every single citizen within its borders. These are just fractions of the inadequate aspects of this resolution, without taking into account the jurisdictional errors. Upon reading the resolution, you begin to wonder how often one may use the words encourage and calls upon in a single document. This fact summarizes the entire resolution. Instead of providing clear solutions, they recommend everyone else to do so themselves. Our committee kindly asks you to take that into account when voting, and therefore encourages you to vote against this resolution. Thank you for the floor, Mr. President.
Thank you very much for your speech, Sweden. Whom of the committee may I ask to present the speech in favor of the resolution, so the closing speech? Latvia, you can recognize.
Yakshamash, fellow friend delegates, honorable CPs, especially our great CPs, Alan and Alexia, and perfect presidents. I assume you're all tired of hearing all of these resolutions we have to go through, and I wish to briefly go against the one point of evidence that the amazing delegate from Sweden brought up that I very much understand. Of course, a lot of these things might sound utopical, but here's the thing. A lot of these agreements we brought up, the Balkan countries have already agreed to. The green agenda has already been agreed to. All these things are already in progress. These are all things that are occurring, right? Another thing, when he's bringing up OC 12, here's the thing. The reason why we're bringing this up is because Balkan countries were already progressing. Here's the thing, as a country that has not been part of the EU before and then joined Latvia, we were told and only encouraged to improve our situation with minorities and women. And what did we do? We did that because the EU holds power, which is a thing that we recommend and also encourage the Swedish delegation to understand. Further on, with the refugee crisis, we would like to remind everyone that the refugees cannot simply move to the EU because those countries are not part of the EU. And the Swedish delegate did say that we should hurry up with these pressing matters. And here's the thing. The way we do that is by hurrying up and letting the Balkan countries join us, because only in that way we can make sure that all this movement of refugees will happen cohesively and safely. So I'd like to remind everyone that our resolution holds many parts that all of your resolutions included. It's stuff to do with education, the stuff to do with human rights, stuff to do with agricultural environments. The only thing else excluded is nuclear weapons, as we hope the Balkan countries don't have those in the first place, right? So if you're tired as everyone else is, and enjoy hearing this whole MEP experience and this speech, then I kindly ask you to vote in favor. Thank you, Mr. President. I hope everyone has a good day.
Thank you very much, Latvia. I will now initiate the voting procedure. We have 1 minute to vote. And please remember that only delegates are supposed to vote.
Okay, thank you, Chosen Daddy, for the CP vote floor. So, due to the disturbing historical affairs between Hungary, Serbia, and the other Balkan countries involved, the CPs are not really encouraged to talk anymore between each other, and thus send their regards towards the English class of their CP on Monday and out their disapproval towards this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lucian. Were there any technical difficulties regarding the poll? If so, please speak up now. I take this as a no, and I will share the results with you right now. So with 43 votes in favor, 58 votes against, and 14 abstentions, and the disapproval of the CPs, this resolution has not passed. Clapping is not in order. Thank you very much again for your hard work during these last days of intensive committee work and your engagement in the General Assembly. The General Assembly has now ended, and I believe that Alexander Unger, or a fellow president, will now hold a speech.
Thank you, Mr. President. Distinguished guests.
Excuse me, no, we're not. We are now approaching the closing ceremony, and we're going to give everybody 5 minutes break and then return for the closing ceremony. Thank you.
Please turn off your cameras and your microphone during the break.
Can you
I hope that all of you have returned from your 5-minute break by now. Please turn on your cameras and mute yourself. Great. Vice President Martin Sagarov will now hold a speech. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Distinguished guests, honorable presidency, delegates and coordinators, dear participants of the 53rd International Session of the Model European Parliament. I would like to congratulate each one of you for the outstanding job you did. This session was an absolute success due to your perseverance and the obstacles which everyone faced. In the past few days and weeks, you all worked very hard and showed dedication in order to overcome various emerging difficulties. You did not give up even if you had to work day and night. This second digital MEP session was successful due to everyone's perseverance, teamwork, and effort. This event has not only demanded from you, it has also given you a memorable experience, useful knowledge, and some lifelong friendships. Dear participants, you should also remember that you're the ones who have the difficult task of proceeding with the MEP. This old tradition must be continued so that other young, determined, and ambitious people could get a taste of this wonderful event. I also strongly encourage you to keep gaining experience and knowledge by participating in similar projects. MEP has given you a strong base from which you can leap into the real world and become successful. Only you can decide whether you want that success or not. Those who have decided that they want to accomplish something big, something significant or vital in life are more than welcomed on the next sessions of the Model European Parliament. And what better place to put the start of a promising future? I hope to see you soon, preferably in person. The Bulgarian International Session is planned to be carried out in Sofia physically next year. We have started preparing for it, and I can guarantee you that it will be a wonderful session full of surprises and memorable moments. In the meantime, I wish you all to stay safe and healthy, follow your dreams, and never give up. And like James Cameron has said, if you set your goals ridiculously high and it's a failure, you will fail above everyone else's success. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for this inspirational speech. And now give the floor to MEP Europe Chairman, Herr Professor.
A very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Mr. President, for your kind words, summing up and complimenting the fantastic work that has been achieved these past few days. Considering that an MEP session usually lasts a whole week, what you have achieved in 3.5 days is absolutely astounding. Madam President, Mr. President, Your Excellency, members of the Model European Parliament, venerable teachers, directors and coordinators, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great honour and privilege to speak to you on behalf of the Model European Parliament Europe Association as their chairman. I would like to take this opportunity to extend my heartfelt thanks and compliments to the work that has been achieved. And I would like to start with you, honourable delegates. For many of you, this MEP experience probably was your very first. And I believe for many more of you, this digital experience was the very first of its kind. Listening to your speeches and your contributions, reading your resolutions, listening into the committee work, I felt in the last 2.5 days like being on a rocket or in a spaceship, in a bubble, in your world, in our world of a parliamentary session. And I'd like to thank you for letting me be part of this, of the older generation, and seeing you walk forward, move forward, carrying on the momentum of the European idea. You were kind to each other. You were polite to each other. You were friendly. Even if you were in an argument and negotiating hard to get your point through. Particularly the building of bridges, the positive approach you took in accepting resolutions, but also accepting amendments, has really impressed me. 7, I believe, out of 10 resolutions have passed. And let me tell you that in the last 20 years, we have seen speeches against one's own resolution. We've seen a sort of fighting spirit of trying to bring down resolutions rather than trying to strengthen them. And it is this exercise, ladies and gentlemen, you delegates have positively and outstandingly achieved. And for this, I would like to thank you. Now, all of this would not have been possible without the examples of the committee presidents, who weeks and weeks and months before the session, drafted preparation modules, fact files, looked into the preparation of their own chairing skills, because it takes quite a bit. And knowing that you have to keep yourself out of the discussion, that it is you as the CP who monitors and chairs and does not influence and change resolutions, and give the delegates an open chance to find a compromise. I was astounded how you chaired these meetings digitally, how you shared files, how you online wrote a resolution visibly to everyone. And I can tell you that my colleagues, themselves teachers who, well, as a result of the pandemic, have been working online this past year, have been very impressed. Thank you so much. And I think particularly the committee presidents, if you could open your microphones to give them a big round of applause. Hear that, please. Thank you. I would also like, and wholeheartedly, because I've been working together with them for, well, for years, I would like to thank the presidents and the vice presidents. Without you, and not only our digital experts, but those of you who have carried the MEP program, and as the hosting country, Austria, I'm referring to your national efforts as presidents, committee presidents, and also as delegates representing Austria and Europe in MEP sessions. You have made this session an incredible success. And I cannot thank you more for what you have done. And at the same time, I'm aware that for most of you, this is your final MEP session, and that the curtain will be drawn, and you will move on to other programs. Hopefully, we'll stay with the MEP alumni organization, because as the hosts of the 53rd International Session of the Model European Parliament in Austria, we still have one major task. We have met virtually and in a pandemic, and as announced, we would like to invite our virtual friends and colleagues from across Europe to come to Austria in 2022. Not only the winners of the Delegation Cultural Challenge or the Committee Cultural Challenge, but all of you, and to stay in touch and connect physically after virtually meeting. Therefore, and again, I would like us all to give a big round of applause to the presidents. Well, in a normal setting, it would be standing ovations, I can tell you. So please accept our appreciation in this way. Also, and last but not least, I'm indebted to my colleagues, your teachers, coordinators, and directors, those who have given up their free time this weekend to be ringside guests, and maybe with the added advantage of going into committee meetings, into all of them, and sharing or listening in to your fantastic work. But we mustn't forget that they themselves have prepared many of you, and they've been listening to you, they've been chairing and looking after you, and many of you would not be here today if they hadn't given the green light for you and a delegation from your respective country to attend. I cannot tell you how thankful I am, particularly in these days. The MEP program will survive, and it is surviving as a result of your support. So please, again, put your hands together for the teachers, directors, and coordinators. And as such, I think, and I hope that the MEP program will last. And we have one more challenge, and that is to move the MEP program into 2022, where hopefully we can meet again, face to face, a whole week, and in Bucharest in March 2022, and in November in Sofia in Bulgaria in November 2022. Our great challenge that lies ahead, and for which I would like to thank MEP Germany for taking on, of hosting the next digital international session. So I hope, honourable delegates, to see you, some of you, many of you, again, as committee presidents, and those of you who will carry on the momentum of the MEP programme. And I'd like to end my speech in rendering of what John F. Kennedy said about America. Ask not what Europe can do for you. Ask yourselves what you can do for Europe. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for this beautiful speech. And now give the floor to President Alexander Unger.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. Honorable Presidency, distinguished CPs, fellow delegates, dear members of the Mali European Parliament. It is an honor for me to be here today, officially closing this MEP session. 7 years ago, exactly 25 years after the fall of the Berlin Wall, Gottfried Oehl handed a little piece of the wall to the presidents of the MEP in Luxembourg. It was a symbol of fighting and overcoming atrocities of the 20th century, being passed on from president to president and from country to country. I'm glad that we have come together this week to continue this tradition and take part in making Europe a better place. I want to thank everybody who was involved in the organization of this MEP, especially Professor Oehl. He was the first MEP pioneer, creating and developing the system and organizing numerous sessions over the past years. In addition, he always managed to bring new perspectives into the program. Ideas such as Sound of Europe as an event and vouchers for delegates to visit the hosting country after the pandemic definitely do require a lot of creativity, but also a great amount of enthusiasm in order to be realized. Speaking of realizing ideas, I also want to thank President Philipp Markopulos for setting up this entire session. He managed to keep the European spirit alive, and despite these difficult times, Philipp applied his skills in the best way possible. Dear Professor Oehl and President Markopulos, I think that both of you deserve a big round of applause. To be completely honest with you, I had some doubts about how this session is going to work out. As President Markopulos has said at the opening ceremony, we've been traveling on land for years, simply equipped with a map, knowing where we are coming from and also where we are going to. But now we have reached the coast, entering unknown waters. For the majority of us, numerous questions arose. How will delegates be able to not only discuss, but also connect with each other? How are voting procedures going to work? And most importantly, to what extent will the Mali European Parliament that so many of us have known and learned to love over the past years be preserved? Keeping all of these concerns in mind, I was more than happy to see how great things worked out. The level of your discussions was outstanding, which is reflected in your fine resolutions, from which many have passed. The committees truly managed to tackle the EU's most urgent issues, which are deciding factors for the future of Europe and the values it embodies. Topics such as unemployment, data protection, and digitizations are definitely going to keep us busy for the next years, putting the strength and the unity of the European Union to the test. You managed to write entire resolutions in a matter of only a few days, and that shows perfectly how to work closely despite being physically apart. As this speech concludes my last MEP session, it is now your turn to seize the opportunity and shape the future of this impactful initiative. We all agree on the importance of a unified and stronger European Union. However, that must not keep us from reflecting on not only the strengths, but also areas of improvement for the EU. As Guy Verhofstadt, the former leader of the Alliance of Liberals in the European Parliament, once said, if you love Europe, it is your duty to be its most vocal critic, especially when Europe falls short of its potential. The slow progress of the European vaccination program, for instance, has unveiled some of the core weaknesses that still remain today. Such issues will not be solved by glorifying the European Union, but by criticizing and improving it where appropriate. This is what it means to be truly European. Moreover, even physical barriers remain. The so-called peace wall separating Catholics and Protestants in Belfast is a perfect example. Conflicts from past decades need to be overcome in order to create a stronger and more sustainable union. Another example would be the present conflict between Cyprus and Turkey. The entire part of the country separated from the rest against its will. For most of us, it is impossible to imagine what a dramatic change in life such a barrier can mean, yet it still exists. The fact that some presidents, including myself, failed to acknowledge the sensitivity of this topic highlights the importance of more empathetic relationships, not just between the states, but also between citizens. The next MEP session will be held in Berlin in Germany. If COVID-19 did not exist, we would be sitting in Austrian Parliament and I would be handing over the piece of the Berlin Wall to the German president in person. As this might pose a challenge over Zoom, it will be sent via post, ready for the next MEP. In this way, the circle will finally be closed. A relic of a former time will come back to its origin, always reminding us to overcome barriers and the challenges of defending the values we hold dear. Thank you. I now give the floor to President Philipp Markopulos, who is officially going to declare this MEP session as closed.
Thank you very much, President Alexander Unger. I hereby declare the 53rd International Model European Parliament session closed. I would like to invite the coordinator of MEP Germany, Christopher Lucht, to speak a few words now.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. This session was really outstanding in several points. I have attended lots of Zoom meetings in the last year, hundreds perhaps, but this was really the first session without cats, dogs, or other children popping up in the screen of the participants. So thank you very much for the discipline of your families, for your house cats, for your pets and everything. This was really very, very impressive. Thank you, honorable members of the International MEP, and special hello to Austria and to Bulgaria, Dariana. I am very proud that the MEP Germany has been invited to host the next international session instead of Bulgaria, which will follow in 2022. We, the coordinators, have discussed the last days during the visit of the beautiful Belvedere Museum, where exactly the center of Europe is, in Vienna or in Bratislava, in Vilnius or in Paris. But I can tell you, from the historical perspective, it is definitely in Berlin. The Berlin Wall has divided my home city into two parts, and it was the symbol of the division of the world in the last century. After the wall came down in 1989, the EU integration became a real boost and grew from 12 member states in a decade up to 27, and for a short time also to 28 member states. But Berlin is also a real capital of music. Those of you who met me in Napoli know that music plays a big part in my life, and which might be also interesting for the upcoming Eurovision Song Contest. One of the biggest pop songs ever plays and was recorded in Berlin in 1977. The song is called Heroes by David Bowie. Maybe some of you know this song. It goes a little bit like this. I wish I could swim like dolphins. I wish I could swim like dolphins can swim. But this song is not about dolphins. The song is about falling in love while listening to the gunshots from the other side of the wall. Sure, it is a song of my generation, but nevertheless, it might also be a symbolic song for the upcoming MEP session. Next November in Berlin, the MEP delegates can virtually fall in love and become heroes for one day. You all were heroes for one day or a few days in Vienna. And in a few days, you have met friends perhaps for a lifetime. So maintain this contact. I am sure that you have learned also other things for your life. You might have learned and understood that these days it is important not only to use your new skills and knowledge to argue and to complain about things that are not perfect, but also to get engaged, to become active and become a change maker. Finally, so one advice for you. Have another second look at the resolution and think about 1 or 2 issues that you would like to advocate for. Think about ways how you can become more sustainable and be part of the solutions and not of the problem. We count on you. Thank you, and see you in November in Berlin for the third online session for the 54th International MEP and for the 4th German International MEP session. Off for new shores, Berlin is calling. I give the floor back to Gottfried. And one last thing, clapping is in order.
Thank you very much, Mr. Luft. We are already looking forward to next year's digital iMEP. This concluded the closing ceremony. We will, for the mock appraisal, we invite all delegates and CPs to go into the MEP Cafe channel on MS Teams.
Video. We can have the video.
I'm sorry. I believe that we still have the video.
We're going to close with the winner of the Delegation Cultural Channel, Eurovision, Sound of Europe Song Contest, won by
Luxembourg.
Luxembourg. Enjoy.